I don't recognize you.
I know, no, I just walked past the ring.
Who are you?
At least I know who people are. Yeah.
So yeah, that's the other thing.
How'd it go this morning?
Went well. I mean, this is the first time we've tried this format, and it's a challenge. It's different, but we're getting there. Michelle's here. Who's your food committee?
Michael.
Michael's there. Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm going to just do it before I'm going to introduce what we're going to do for the
Sure.
Is there, when you get up here, you can take your seat. You have to talk into this the whole time, or else I won't hear. We're going to get started in just a few seconds. There are people that are still arriving, and we want them to get settled in and have audio connection. Why don't I get started with the order of the day introduction, and then I can introduce the first presenter. First of all, I want to welcome everybody that's both here in the great space and those of you remote. We've invited a number of treasured reviewers from remote locations to participate today. We're hoping that in the spring that life will get better and we can get back to normal and have everybody together once again. Because of that, if you have any difficulties at all hearing, or if there's any kind of technical glitches, feel free to text via the chat during the presentation. There are two different feeds, three different feeds that are going out at the moment. One feed is the presenter's loop on Zoom, and two other feeds are, one is going out through Facebook Live and the other one is through YouTube. And so as a consequence of that, there's technology involved from all different angles. And so if there's a glitch, let me know. I'm constantly monitoring in the back of the room. We can probably work it through. We did have in the morning session, somebody was showing a PDF presentation. They'd flip from slide to slide. We could see it flip from slide to slide on the big screen in back of me, but you guys at home couldn't see it flip from slide to slide, so it's very helpful. And I think we have a quorum now of reviewers, And so for the afternoon, the reviewers, you've all been given access to a page that looks like this. You'll see the names of the students, titles of their theses. If you click on the link that says link to PDF, that represents the things that we see here on the walls of the Great Space, the big plots that are on the walls in the Great Space. You flip over here to abstract, you can download the abstract that the individual student has put together. They may not be entirely up to date. You know, a lot of this writing was done last semester, and there may be some revisions made along the line. So I want to introduce the folks who are generously taking time this afternoon. Some of the people may not be here yet, but I'll tell you a little bit about them. I'll start with Hiroshi Jacobs, who teaches with us in our advanced digital work. He works for Studios Architect, really innovative thinker. And if you don't know Hiroshi, well, you know, do a side chat and pass your card to Hiroshi. And then Marcus King here Marcus King's here live because he's also a faculty member, and because faculty members pass our vaccination tests, they're all allowed to come in the building. It would have been too complicated to invite outsiders at this point to do that. So Marcus is here, and Marcus splits his time between Washington, D.C. and his hometown of Detroit, where he has an innovative firm that's working to both develop and design great architecture there. Michael Marshall, who's my next door neighbor almost, and he's the great friend of the school. Michael taught here years ago and then came back more recently, a few years ago, as key professor. Always great to see him. Michael Marshall Design here in Washington, D.C. Dana McKinney, who also taught this semester in the school, an alumna of the Frank Gehry office in Santa Monica, and we want to thank her for a great semester, and we want to make sure that she feels welcome to come back and be with us again in the future. Suzanne Rettig, what can I say? Like the one architect in DC who can do the most with the smallest budgets possible and make buildings that are absolutely fantastic for people that are buildings that are for clients have very modest means, and really a wonderful practice of Rettig architecture here in DC. And our current key professor, Patricia Rhee from Los Angeles, California, I think has just joined us. Patricia's been working with our integrative design studio, and happy to have her here this afternoon. That being said, I'd like to introduce our first presenter today is Gesine. Gesine is doing a thesis in Little Haiti in Miami, and her thesis deals with osmosis, which is a big word that we all may remember from a long time ago in high school science class. And her committee was comprised of Michelle Lamprakos, Professor Michelle Lamprakos, Michael Esbon, and myself. And Gesine, come on up here and break a leg.
Well, first of all, thank you everybody for joining us today, both virtually and in person, for those of you who are here. And I'm excited to present my thesis to you. So human settlement has always been inextricably linked to proximity to water. And that means that water infrastructure from a very early stage, even to what might be considered pre-civilization, was something that was innovated. So across the globe, you have examples that spread from very low-tech and gravity-fed systems, as well as just building off of the natural flows. And so infrastructure has always been an arbiter of access. The ability to live a healthy life was reliant on infrastructure. And we see that to the present day at all different scales across the world. Without fail, without fail, the reliance on infrastructure is essential, and water being the most essential of those. Oops. In confronting climate change, it becomes almost an equalizer. So across the world, as we are confronting the changing climate and the extreme weather that comes along with that and sea level rise, whether in South Florida on the left or Haiti on the right, the experience of having to confront the failures of infrastructure and how that serves to provide access remains the same. But modern development is often associated with the hiding of infrastructure, burying power lines, the piping for water moves from the margins of the streets to below ground and out of view. And the danger of that is that it allows us to forget how inextricably linked we are with the natural flows of water in particular for the sustenance of our modern life and for all of our life. So this thesis investigates bringing water infrastructure to light, embedding that at a neighborhood scale within the community, and building infrastructure that is in symbiosis with nature's natural flows in service of our modern urban life. It examines how the built form can be a tool for resiliency in a community that is particularly at risk of climate gentrification. And while that may be a new term to some, that is something that, as of 2018, a study coined that term for gentrification that is spurred largely by more favorable climatic conditions. In the case of Little Haiti, that happens to be its relative elevation height as compared to the coastal regions. So Miami is a place that is in some ways an improbable place to have settled. And despite the fact that there is water all around, it is increasingly confronting water scarcity issues when it comes to having the necessary water to sustain its modern life. And that makes more sense when we think about water scarcity in the sense of the four aspects of it. So there's, of course, physical availability. Is it out there somewhere? That, of course, is not the issue for Miami. Access. Can I get to it and can I afford it? This is where infrastructure is particularly implicated. A lack of economic access is a significant risk across the world, with estimates being that up to 24 million migrants are going to be moving about largely into urban areas as a result of a lack of access and economic access to water in the next 10 years. Use. What is that water available to you safe to use for? Being able to feed your crops or your livestock is not the same as having sufficient water to feed yourself. And is that source reliable or stable? Can you consistently access it? Many people, 21 million people experience water insecurity at least half of the year. So many of us might be familiar with the water distribution across the globe, covered in 70% of water. However, 97% of that, more than that, is salt water. So that tiny bit of fresh water, which is also not all in liquid form, a fraction of that is in liquid form, is what we have to tap into to serve all of our necessary needs. And so increasingly, as the pressures of population growth and climate change increase the pressures on the water sources, communities are looking to tap into that salty 97.5% in order to provide its potable water sources. This has led to the desalination process, and that the technology that is prevailing to this day, that we think of associated with particularly dry, arid regions, perhaps in the Middle East, is something that was developed out of the 1950s when, during World War II, when large naval tankers, the technology had allowed for a city's worth of people to live on a ship for an extended period of time where they couldn't have sufficient water supplies on board. And so the reverse osmosis process was developed. And so as a recap of our 6th grade science, so salty water being heavier and more dense then fresh water, when put in proximity to one another, that zone on this diagram at D will naturally disperse the water to even it out to be less salty on both sides. The reverse osmosis process provides pressure to push that through to be able to create that filtered water at a larger scale. And so the reverse osmosis process is deployed all over the world, and increasingly even in regions that you might think have sufficient water supplies, such as Miami. South Florida is increasingly an area that is needing to turn to desalinization, even for its previously fresh groundwater sources, as a result of its development history. So over time, the Biscayne Aquifer, which is the primary water source for the city of Miami, has become increasingly salty. So from 1904 up to 1995, which is when the most recent levels were actually tracked, that line of disbursement of salt water has been steadily creeping inland. This diagram here, if you look at how the two primary well fields, which are those blue circles there, are now overlapping with this salty water that is coming in through the groundwater. Sea level rise is exacerbating this as you have salt water coming up from the top as well as up from the bottom as well as in from the coast. And what this means is that the aquifers are now tapping into salt water that they are having to desalinize. Lay on top of that the history of development in the city that has concentrations of certain pollutants in areas, with the focal site in pink being one of the areas with the highest concentration of Superfund sites. All of those pollutants also mix with that salty water to contaminate the groundwater. If you lay on top of that some of the political implications with this redlining map, you see that many of those areas that were highly polluted and that are highly salinized are some of the areas that were previously redlined. And so as a result, you have minority communities in Miami that are particularly implicated in the polluted groundwater process. So understanding a bit of Miami's development history is essential in seeing how we got to where we are today. So from the very beginning, the development of Miami was predicated on developing infrastructure that drained the Everglades. That was the official policy. And while this timeline starts in 1819, it's necessary to note that the presence of native peoples in Florida dated to tens of thousands of years prior to that. The timeline begins at 1819 because that's when the problems began, when Florida was ceded to the United States from Spain. So from the very beginning, draining the Everglades was one of the strategies for providing water to providing developable land to sell to speculators and enticing people to come down from the north. On the right-hand side is a picture from 1916 of the Lemon City mangroves. This is previously what the focal site area looked like prior to being developed. And so by 1909, that area of Lemon City, which is now Little Haiti, was one of the homesteaders, so many of the working class people who had come down from the north to support all of the development happening in the city. Many of the sawmills, the ice mills, or ice factories were located in Lemon City with a concentration of working class white families as well as many Bahamian workers. As the railroad extended, which was built largely by formerly enslaved peoples, those laborers also tended to settle in Little Haiti. From the beginning, the extreme weather and salinization of the soil as a result of the draining of the Everglades was evident, with some of the devastation from that 1926 hurricane destroying a lot of the urban fabric that had been built at that point. And so the pressures of climate change, even at that point, and at this point, climate change that was brought on by development, caused stresses that created divides that were increasingly along racial lines. So you had white Miami and black Miami officially designated with a line down them, and the conditions being quite drastically different from one another, largely based off of the infrastructure that was available to each. The site on the left-hand side, this is a photo from the 1930s, functioned as a trailer park that Miami as a city was increasingly billed to people in the north as a paradise and enticed tourists and immigrants alike to come down to Miami. As a working class area, Lemon City and the site in particular functioned as what was called a tin can tourist attraction, where you had working class tourists who came down and settled temporarily on that site. So if we, sorry, apologies. So missing from here are a few slides that talked about how the Haitian community came to be settled in the area. So starting in the 1960s, when Haiti underwent a coup and was under dictatorship, there was an influx of Haitian immigrants that came to Miami and increasingly settled in what was available as affordable areas. That happened to be Lemon City, which had experienced white flight by that point. Brought on by many of the urban renewal projects and the ability for white residents to be able to leave the area. As Haitians settled in what became Little Haiti, they established their community with all of the trappings of what they previously had. And so you had various waves in the 1980s through the 1990s, and then in the 2000s, prompted by weather and climate change related issues, you had Haitians becoming climate migrants, bringing them to Miami. And so the pressures of climate change, again, confronted in tandem, both between in Miami as well as in Little Haiti, have had a great impact on how the neighborhood has developed itself. On the left-hand side is the site with the approved project that is scheduled to be constructed on the site. This has been met with a significant amount of resistance from the existing community, as what is proposed for the site is a luxury mixed-use development that would continue the trend of rents that are outside of the range of many of the existing residents of the neighborhood. So in looking at this site strategy, and again, to revisit how water infrastructure might be made plain on this site. So the site itself is a 17-acre plot that sits about 0.4 miles in from the coast. It is bounded on the eastern edge by the railroad and the western edge by one of the main commercial corridors for the Little Haiti neighborhood. So in looking at some of the building and the site drivers, building from the recognizable form of the aqueduct to bring on the form, and then for the site strategy, looking at the Haitian approach of la coup, which is a common strategy for how Haitian communities create a small community of self-reliance that is often organized around a MAPP+D tree, which is a powerful spiritual symbol, and has a community that engages in sustenance and production for a closed cycle. So both of these were inspirations for the approach to the site. The primary portion of the site currently is only built along one of the edges with single-story buildings that are either vacant or sporadically used, and it features a number of old growth trees. And this unbuilt space is unique and important, particularly for a place like Miami that experiences significant flooding, even rainy day or sunny day flooding, as well as heat island concerns. So preservation of this open space and the ability for the site to function as a sponge was one of the essential elements from an early stage. In looking at the site, there's a lot of hardscaping and very little access and pedestrian connectivity to the site itself. It's currently cordoned off with a chain link fence. And then the surrounding area, as mentioned, has single-story buildings that are not frequently activated. So the site plan itself seeks to create a connection for the to create a desalinization plant that sits on the site with a connection to the Biscayne Bay, and utilizing landscape features in order to aid in the process of that the purification of the water, while making plain the water at the surface. The site also stitches together some key urban artifacts. So with the intake point for the reverse osmosis process occurring at the previous site of the Lemon City Port, the historic Lemon City Port, which is no longer in use, underground piping would deliver the water to the eastern edge of the site, where it would filter through a constructed wetland that picks up on the existing footprints of the buildings. And so revealing some of those vestiges of the previous buildings that would be removed from the site to make way for this new use. As the water then flows through the building in the mechanized process, it would then be filtered into the unbuilt portion of the site, where the salt brine would filter through pools where it could undergo evaporative process to separate that salt, again made plain at the surface, with an elevated ground plane that then allows pedestrians to move through, with giving over the ownership of the site to the existing old growth trees on the site. The number 3 there is the historic site of the Dupuy Pharmacy, which is an essential building during the Lemon City's heyday. And that is repurposed as the pump house for the new water tower constructed on the site. And this then creates a powerful symbol right facing with the Notre Dame Church, which is a key center of Haitian community activity, before the water then filters back down the 61st Street, back where it's deposited back into the Biscayne Bay. So the water flows on the site, both pumped and gravity fed, again, flow through the landscape, taking advantage of those features to aid in the reverse osmosis process. And the human circulation of users of the site mimics that process, so that the flow through the building or through the space that the building defines mimics that flow. These different areas, the constructed wetland helps to filter and then funnel in it, and these various different functions where the water is made plain help define the programmatic areas of the overall site. So in seeing how this comes together, the approach from the eastern side would take users through the constructed wetland, where they would see the water in the pre-filtration process before it moves into the building. Plants that are able to sequester salt, as well as that are salt tolerant, provide plantings that are aiding in that process of filtration. The view from within the salt garden, where the old growth trees are preserved and an elevated ground plane allows the existing ground to still function as a sponge, provides a view of the full extent of the building. And then as users proceed through the colonnade, which creates a front porch and defines the space with a shaded area, they can come out to the activated courtyard where there is a splash pool. And then throughout their process, they have these visible pools of the evaporative salt process occurring with a byproduct of it. The water tower with these undulating arms coming out from at the ground plane to reference the MAPP+D tree, which is essential in the LACU organization, is a marker that sits next to the Dupuis Pharmacy, repurposed as a pump house. So again, this approach to navigating the site to provide a water infrastructure that makes plain the process of purification and uses the building and the built form to activate the site while providing an amenity for the Haitian community of Little Haiti. Thank you.
So I was wondering if you could say a little bit more. About the exploded axon and the different layers, and also the connection that you envision to the port. And I totally realize you're working with multiple media and you can't exactly point to one and not to the other. So I don't know how you want to do that, whether you want to do it on the mural board or on the physical drawings.
I'll try to explain as much as possible so those of you in person can understand what I'm pointing to. So the exploded axon that comes up from the bird's eye view is pulling out the various different layers of the site. So the first being a diagram that's explaining the different urban artifacts that are connected. The function of the previous Lemon City port is as the intake point for the water that is going to flow through the site and through the reverse osmosis process. So it's given back over a function where previously just the pylons of that port currently exist. And then as the water flows partially underground due to the need to be able to cross the train tracks and that sort of thing, it's then revealed again when it reaches the constructed wetland at the eastern edge of the site, the northeastern edge of the site. And so filtering through the landscape, which picks up on the areas that are made plain in the landscape of that constructed wetland are utilize the footprints of the existing buildings that are on the site but would be removed in this proposal. And then the water filters through the building, and then its two constituent parts, so the very salty brine is filtered over visibly into the salt garden where the old growth trees and the elevated ground plane allows users to interact with that while it goes through a gravity-fed evaporative process. That then allows for the salt to be utilized for any number of uses, not for human consumption, but there are many uses that already reverse osmosis processes are exploring for the use of that byproduct. And then the water, after filtering through the site, is then put back underground to be piped out to the Biscayne Bay. Sure. So the pathway, which is the layer that's just above that diagram in the exploded axon, those pathways are initially of oolitic limestone, which is the primary bedrock, if you can call it that, that Miami sits on. It's a very porous limestone, and that porosity is a huge piece of why there is so much conveyance of water up through salt water up through the ground plane as a result of sea level rise. So utilizing that, revealing the ground plane as a material is one of the elements that pathway picks up. And then the elevated ground plane that sits on through the old growth sustained area of the site is wood planking the vernacular structures that were constructed on this site when it functioned as a trailer park and then briefly as a tourist camp. Were all wood structures that were historic markers as well. So it utilizes those materials in reference to that historical past. Yes, hold on.
Fantastic, interesting presentation, Gazine. I'm intrigued by some of the formal aspects of this design, especially the juxtaposition of the centerpiece building and then the tower kind of next to each other, and that they're two kind of characteristically different things from a formal perspective. You've got arcades around the one, it's got a classical feel for that, and then the other one strikingly streamlined. And also the arcades have you've given a kind of flow to those arcades and a transformation in their scale. There's a sort of overlarge, somewhat more than human scale to it. So I'd just love to hear you riff a little bit on your design choices and their rationales.
So starting with the kind of stylistic approach, so the colonnade, so Miami is a car-centric city, and it's not common currently to see a lot of pedestrians, particularly in the neighborhood. As I visited the site, I saw almost no people on the street. And so recognizing that this building with its 360-degree view is largely going to be experienced from a vehicle, and that experience is something that is relevant to the massing, was a consideration for creating an object building of a sort. But I wanted to still ground it in something that with a recognizable form that's associated with water, so the aqueduct, and understanding that from the view, which in this gather perspective, you can sort of see what the experience, what the view is from that vehicle. You would have that repetition of the arch as you're moving down the street to sort of hearken to that aqueduct water infrastructure staple. There was some discussion within the committee about how to approach the water tower, which is sort of an essential utilitarian use. It's not something that there were many precedents for favorable examples, and so there were discussions about how to possibly minimize the scale. There's no hiding the fact that there is a scalar difference, and the height of it is essential for its functioning. So making a low water tower wasn't really an option. So rather than trying to unify the two forms, we just sort of agreed that leaning into the fact that it is a large marker was a valid approach to take, and that's why introducing elements just at the ground plane with those arms that sort of come out from it as a reference to that MAPP+D tree, which is essential for a Haitian Lakou development, bringing some of that to the human scale was the approach taken. Yes.
Question.
I'm really stricken by the project, primarily because in my mind, it sort of brings to question this idea that I think we're grappling with today about, first of all, land that perhaps because of its ecological conditions, we shouldn't have been building on in the first place. And for that reason, I really like your formal response here, because it is, although, you know, there's sort of a large structure here, the site itself is pretty large, and the response that you have is sort of soft on the site, right? So it's sort of like letting the site be kind of what it wants to be naturally because of its conditions. I do, however, I'm glad the question was asked about the formal composition. I get that, and I think that's a really strong position to take in terms of the building being a sort of object building. But I do wonder if the edge treatment of the site deserves a little attention as well. Primarily because, I mean, you do have these sort of landmark markers, and perhaps I just don't understand the full context of how one, you know, moves through the site. You know, is it like the center road? Is that vehicular access? So question for you. Could you talk about, or if you had it in your presentation, remind me about the differential access between the site, through the site, and around the site, but also pushing on the formal decisions that you make. Can you talk a little bit about the site and or edge treatments to the site and how or how not you're connecting to the rest of the context in this particular site?
Thank you for the question. So first I'll just clarify some of the movement through the site. So the building itself has vehicular roads on either side. They're each one way. Excuse me. And so that provides this 360-degree vehicular view of the building itself. That's existing. Mm-hmm. And there was some brief consideration of interrupting that traffic flow, but that would have opened a significant amount of other cans of worms of things to resolve. So preserving those, there were some access roads that cut through the site that were taken over. So where you sort of have referenced the water that is flowing, let me zoom in for those online. The water that's flowing out of the center of that site plan. Oops, sorry. It's very finicky to zoom, sorry. So that center portion of the site where the water is flowing through, where the lobby into the building is, was previously a vehicular route that conveyed between the two streets. So the site was sort of stitched together where previously this was a patchwork of parking lots and buildings and access roads and things like that. In terms of the edge conditions, so for the southern edge, that was because the decision was made early on to preserve the old growth trees, and that is the concentration, kind of giving over the space primarily to that was an early on decision. And those buildings that abut that on the other side are similar in character to some of the buildings that are being removed. They're either empty single-story buildings or they are sporadically used. And so there wasn't a direct connection that was easy to pick up on for how the site would either formally or functionally directly connect, although there is a pathway off of that elevated ground plane that would allow access off of there. For the eastern edge of the site that abuts the train tracks, again, preserving some of that as unbuilt space, and with those old growth trees was, as well as putting one of the catchment pools there, was a decision that was brought on by, in visiting the site, that was an area that experienced significant flooding during the course of the week that I was there and looking at it. So providing an area for that runoff was a thought there. There was some consideration of possibly bridging over the train tracks to create more of a connection with the park site that's across the street. But as the site was already quite a bit to take on, I wasn't sure whether trying to resolve those connections was worthwhile. And then on the eastern edge of the site that is facing the church, excuse me, a posture of sort of openness that is directly linking off of the pathways that come out of the church, with those two pronged pieces of the pathway was a gesture for that. Because this is at the terminus of the northern edge of the commercial district, again, there are a lot of vacant buildings or areas that are indeterminate in terms of how their use is. So taking a specific posture would, I would have to infer what their inevitable redevelopment is going to be. Oh. Yes.
I had a question earlier, but I see Suzanne.
Yes. Hello. Yeah, I have a specific question. Why Little Haiti? I'm familiar with the site because I did a project there. And I think that this project is a wonderful addition, and Haiti is far away from the water. And from what I remember, there are a lot of dilapidated single-family houses or empty lots, and definitely there is no water there and hardly trees. So I really see that this is a wonderful project for the site, but I want to know in particular, why did you choose this site? Why you chose Little Haiti?
Sure. So initially I'd zeroed in on Miami more broadly with an interest in finding a specific site there. And the reason for zeroing in on Miami is because I think it confronts a lot of the political, social, as well as formal confrontations when it comes to dealing with climate change, sea level rise, and unifying that with some of the social imperatives of a rapidly growing city. It's one of the most global cities in the US that is growing quite rapidly. So I was interested in Miami broadly for looking at the issue of water access. And so I landed in Little Haiti after some research led me to a paper that indicated that it is identified in the whole country as one of the areas at the highest risk of climate gentrification. So it sits at one of the highest, the site itself is at 11 feet above sea level, which in Miami is really high. So as a result, there's a strong wave of interest in investors who are trying to mitigate the risks that come with being in Miami and building in Miami. And so the Haitian community is at significant risk of displacement, and those waves of displacement due to climate-driven gentrification for their more favorable elevation, in this case, was sort of how I landed there. And then seeing this site that, as you mentioned, is very unique in the fact that it has so many trees and is unbuilt, I was interested in seeing how a project that kind of bridges built and landscape might take its place on this site.
Hi. Oops. Oh, is it gonna go or?
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Sure,
Sorry. Zoom awkwardness. I mean, one question I had for you is, in terms of the siting of the building, why did you locate it so centrally in that bar between the two one-way streets? And was that necessarily tied to any metrics that you had kind of calculated in terms of the different water flows or the actual volume of water going from one basin or one area to another?
Mm-hmm. There were some explorations, particularly early on, so one thing was I wanted to try to minimize the new disruption to the site. So I zeroed in on taking over spaces that have existing buildings on them and existing building footprints, since none of those buildings as complete forms were going to be preserved. So I was kind of guided towards the building footprints and siting the building in a way that would be able to take advantage of the already disrupted space there. And then, so you bridging that street, initially the building was more discretely two separate masses that were kind of unified. And so bridging over that street was an initial idea that would allow flow of water and, in some explorations, traffic, to whether pedestrian or vehicular, to continue to pass through. And then as massing changes and iterations happened, it remained in that location just sort of as a central piece, again, acknowledging that this is sort of an object building due to the 360-degree nature of it. So sitting it in a more central location seemed like a logical posture to take for that. Patricia?
Hi. First of all, Jazine, is that how you pronounce your name?
Gazina.
Gazina, I just wanted to applaud your presentation. I think it was so beautifully and articulately presented. And there are so many things about your project that are so interesting to me. And yeah, I just wanted to applaud that. I wish I could dig deeper into some of these PDFs, but I think I'll have to get a link from you later because sometimes the resolution doesn't hold when I try to zoom in.
Sure.
I think what kind of intrigues me is this the monumental, really the civic scale of your project, particularly the buildings. I like how you're trying to preserve and disrupt as little as possible. I think that's really I think that sensitivity and thoughtfulness to the site and the neighborhood, to the trees, I think that's wonderful. I guess a question I have is, how do you see people occupying this object building that you have created? And then how the interaction, because I love this idea of exposing the water to tell the story, to tell the history, exposing the infrastructure. Like, how do people, I cannot kind of get a sense of that in some of the images, but how do they engage with that water? Is it really just a visual thing? You mentioned a splash pad. Do people ever actually get to engage physically with the water? Would just be great to hear your thoughts.
Sure. So yeah, there were various explorations of what the user experience, the public experience with the actual building itself would be. Earlier thoughts were co-locating some sort of program that was very explicitly public facing, whether it was some sort of educational component or something. But over time, it seemed like those uses might be more at odds with one another and had different sets of demands. The functioning for the reverse osmosis process, which isn't particularly noisy or dirty or dangerous for people to be in proximity to. But it seemed that for the building to serve what I hoped was a purpose of activating the site and creating a 24/7 amenity, which is lacking generally, an outdoor amenity where you can occupy public space with comfort in the climate of Miami and in all its different forms, creating a building that was more akin to a pavilion and kind of a sheltered area that essentially had a very generous front porch, which is that colonnaded area that users can pass through. It seemed like that was an approach that was a bit more complementary to the utilitarian use of the inside, the guts of the building, but then just using it sort of as a lantern and a shelter or a pavilion to help activate the landscape and the site around was the approach that I chose to take. Did I miss the second part of the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just curious about where or how you envision people engaging with the water. Is it really more visual or?
Yes, thank you. No, so so it is certainly visual. There is, of course, a balance of, having open pools of water that, the safety aspect of things while still being able to have that proximity. So there is that visual interaction, that the top perspective as people proceed through the wetland, that's not really intended for people to touch and experience it. But then as they move through the portico of the building on the other side, which is where the after the already filtered potable water is released into a splash pool, which there isn't a perspective of up here, that is explicitly intended for people to engage with. It's a shallow pool that has oolitic limestone protrusions coming up so that, at different ages, it's something that they could touch and experience that water. And then the heavily salted water, that's the byproduct of the process that is in the pools that are very visible and kind of help condition the experience of moving through the salt garden and that elevated ground plane. There is the ability to interact with that water. Again, those pools are shallow, it's not and dangerous or anything like that. So it is intended to be used and touched at all its different forms.
Thank you.
Yes.
I really think this is a really, really nice proposal. And just to kind of reiterate, I think some other comments, but also my previous comment, because I think this is such a successful project, I do think the connectivity going forward should be elevated a little bit, because although there's an argument, and I think a successful one, for the building itself being an object building, I don't think the site itself has to be on an island as well. Because it is such an asset for this community, both from an ecological standpoint, but also because of its location. So I would, going forward, as you begin to like package this up and, you know, do all the things that you couldn't do before today, because I know there's hundreds, I would give that some thought, especially if you're imagining people to sort of parade and experience this site. You know, I think the connections into the site and through the site need to be given a little bit more thought, primarily because of some of the existing infrastructure, but just some of the lack of connections between what sort of bounds the site. So, you know, that will be my suggestion going forward. But I really do think just the softness of how much of the site you're leaving open to the elements. It sort of reminds me of infrastructure that we used to build in the 20th century. You know, when we used to build these grand buildings for like our pumping stations and all that stuff. This is sort of hearkening back to that era of people being visible, or people being able to interact and have their infrastructure visible, and, you know, sort of make those physical connections. So overall, I think this is a really successful proposal. Yeah.
Yeah, just in response to that, that was, you know, what you mentioned about the connectivity to the surrounding area was definitely something that I grappled with, particularly after visiting and spending days on the site. The lack of pedestrian activity in general, and as I mentioned, the building uses in the surround made it require a lot of speculative leaps for what those connections, the best connections needed to be. And so I definitely struggled with trying to figure out what the appropriate approach was to take, so that it wasn't just a self-contained island, as you mentioned, or, you know, a site that is set apart. You know, the proximity, as I said, to the main commercial corridor there, and then the residential areas that are within 1 to 2 blocks of this, you know, certainly makes it kind of a hinge point, just by its location, the luck of its location. But yes, I agree that the re-looking at how those connections would take place would be helpful. Peter.
I have two comments. First, just beautiful drawings, very beautifully drawn project. And I want to probe just more specifically on, I think, what Joseph and some of the other reviewers were asking about, and understanding that the water's coming from the sea, right, into this kind of machine, and then some of it goes back out, and then the beautiful kind of research you did in the image of the aqueduct. How did you decide where to deploy the arches? Right now, they're on the short sides, not the long sides. Why aren't they on one or the other, or not both, or everywhere? That's my question.
Yes, there were some explorations of it in either directions. In both directions, they started to compete with one another, and there was, you know, some of this thought of, you know, of course, trying to create a human scale experience that is favorable and would be interesting, you know. And so I sort of opted to go for that, while still, again, providing what I think would be a striking view to move down that 61st Street or 62nd Street, where you have a view of the colonnade from a car. So the trials of arches in both directions competed more than enhanced that experience. And so having a more regular repetition in one direction formally seemed more successful when it was tested. Right. So, yeah. And so when I opted not to put the arches in that direction, that was where the idea to have the overall roof be sort of undulating, where it does have that downward slope as you're moving. And so it has this parabolic form so that you do hint at the fact that the aqueduct being gravity fed would be sloping down, even if you're not getting that arch effect on the facade treatment itself.
You know, it's funny, I wanted to recommend to you that we've actually talking about these arches, that if you like this sort of formal quality, you should look at Brasilia and Oscar Niemeyer's work, because I think he sort of figured out how to sort of mesh this sort of somewhat classical vocabulary with modernism. So that would probably be helpful.
Yes, I actually did look at some of his building, particularly Itamaraty which is the parliamentary building in Brasilia, was one. And so some sketches that were taking influence from that, many of the powerful elements were lost in the fact that the height wasn't, the height of this building didn't quite capture the same scale as many of those Brasilia buildings. But yes, that was definitely an influence and something that I think could warrant extra looks as well.
The proportions of what you're doing, though, are somewhat similar. The horizontal to the vertical. So
Yes,
granted,
that's
it's
true.
not as grand in scale, but just the way of turning corners and, the sort of temple-like effect that you have there now. So I'm just saying, if you're going to look at that in the future, that's a good reference.
Yes, thank you. Susan, did you still have your hand up, or was that from before? Oh, okay.
Zena, thank you very much for a wonderful semester. I'd like to turn this over now to Professor Michelle Limprakos, who was the committee chair.
Can everyone hear me? So Gesina, it has been really inspiring working with you. It's been a real learning experience. I think the whole committee agrees that your research process was truly exceptional. The project is critical on so many levels. And I think the layers of research you conducted, there's many layers that still need to come out. I think it was Michael Esban who commented that this is very much in the tradition of architects designing infrastructure, and also infrastructure as designed, specifically green design, making water infrastructure visible. One of the things you said that really hit me just now was how there's a 10,000-year timeline, but actually our timeline begins at the moment human beings, developers, whatever, decided to drain the Everglades. And as Marcus pointed out, so many of the issues we're facing in so many areas come back to that point. So I really applaud that. I think you got some fantastic comments from the jury, specifically this question of formal language and monumentality. Looking at your presentation today, it seems to me that you had the layer of monument that's on the site, the old growth trees, which you decided to preserve. But then you have an overlaying of two other kinds of monuments. One is the aqueduct and one is the laku. And I think it'd be really interesting to diagram it out that way, because as Peter is suggesting, the aqueduct is sort of by nature a linear monument, right? And so just simply seeing that on this site plan, it comes out a little bit in this bird's eye view, but sort of highlighting that, and then where would that take you in design if there were a linear aqueduct that were visible or underground at certain points, and engaging with that material of the limestone, that might be another way to approach the concept of layered monuments. So anyway, congratulations, it's a really great project.
Thank you. And reviewers, just give us a couple seconds as we set up the next part. participant here. I can't get to it that quickly. It's just, I'm not going to be able to do it. It hasn't been uploaded to the link for this. That's just the big problem. But you're, okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. As we settle down, thank you. We're ready to get started again. Today we're going to now shift this afternoon to Chicago, Illinois, to Chinatown, where Juanita Lee is going to show us how to adapt existing urban infrastructure. Juanita's committee was Brittany Williams, Matthew Bell, and myself. Juanita.
Thank you, Brian. I would like to thank Brittany, my thesis chair, for your affable attitude towards my abundant alliterations and for guiding this integration of many threads. I want to thank my committee members, Brian Kelly and Matthew Bell, for pushing me to think more cohesively and coherently about my ideas, for all the professors and mentors and colleagues who've been on this 3.5-year journey towards architecture, to my family, particularly my husband, for your tireless care, my mom for flying in for backup, and to my children, I hope you're inspired to take life wherever life leads you. For millennia, food security has been the central issue for sustaining the growth of cities and empires. Alliances and trade networks were established to feed the growth of cities when the surrounding land could no longer support its growth. In the age of industrialism, global networks expanded in capacity with the advent of rail. A city's tie to the surrounding agricultural land began to greatly erode. The Chicago of 1947 had an outsized industrial importance in the U.S. due to its significance as a rail center in the United States. While rail has declined since then, Chicago has maintained this reputation and function as a rail center for moving goods across the United States. A consequence of these expanding networks is that cities have completely outgrown their urban ecological limits. One example is the City of London. Almost all the land of Great Britain would be required to feed just the City of London. Therefore, it is vital to find methods to complement conventional large-scale agriculture to increase food security in our urban centers. So why is Chicago's Chinatown an interesting case study? Food systems are greatly embedded into this ethnic enclave on multiple levels. Despite being a low-income neighborhood, it is food abundant for both locals and tourists. This food abundance is due to a parallel food system created by the community, centered on brokers who manage contracts with small-scale farmers, warehouses, and distributors. This system was created to support obtaining over 200 varieties of fruits and vegetables that is part of a traditional Chinese diet, which consists of almost double the produce of a standard U.S. diet. There is an opportunity to amplify this agile and adaptable system with additional strategies in Chinatown's context, considering how food has been central to the neighborhood's identity. The culture of food for the Chinese is so strong, people greet one another with, "Have you eaten?" as a sign of hospitality. Specific foods are eaten at different times of year and for different ailments. And as part of the broad term Asian food, Chinese food is considered one of the world's heritage diets. Even diet acculturation for Chinese immigrants tends to be slower, as gathering for banquets to maintain social ties reinforces this food heritage. Chicago's Chinatown has also maintained a close spatial relationship with industrial sites since its establishment in the 1910s, particularly elevated rail embankments which can span multiple city blocks and be 18 feet high. Contending with these post-industrial sites has been a main issue, particularly since Chicago's Chinatown is the only one in the U.S. that continues to grow while others are in decline, as more recent Chinese immigrants settle outside of urban centers. So this thesis seeks to propose a contextual response for envisioning more productive uses for post-industrial urban sites. This contextual response will be drawn from a historical review of rail's influence on Chicago's development, Chinatown's place in Chicago's history, and a typological analysis of the present food system. The response will propose an urban ecological strategy to weave experiences for production and consumption, innovation, and education. After Chicago's founding in 1848, the city quickly established itself as a rail center by 1868, forming vast complexes such as the Union Stockyards to orchestrate the distribution of farm goods across the U.S. The establishment of a Chinatown Okay. All right, here we go. So the establishment of Chinatown in Chicago occurred after the Transcontinental Railroad was completed and the workers dispersed for new opportunities. Maintaining ties to the homeland through food and restaurants was an essential part of this identity. Chicago's beloved L or elevated train was born of legislation passed in 1905 to reduce the collisions between pedestrians and rail cars. Even rail yards spanning many city blocks became elevated, created by 18-foot concrete embankments. At the same time Burnham was publishing the Plan of Chicago, Chinatown was forced to relocate to its current location due to racist rental practices. The glitz and glamour of the original Chinatown restaurants did not find the same footing in the new location centered on Wentworth Avenue. Chinatown was able to persist and avoid damage during the Chicago race riots, but did not experience expansive growth until the repeal of the Chinese Exclusion Acts. And as Chinatown grew, the food culture became more middle class. Over time, Chinatown not only had to contend with rail constraining spatial growth, but also the highway system. Community organizers rallied to address needs for green space and housing. And the first park was not established in Chinatown until 1977. That's why I have that. That one. So, over time, Chinatown not only had to contend with the rail's constraining growth, but the highway system. Chinatown has a history of converting post-industrial sites associated with rail into green spaces. Community leaders organized to purchase the land for what became Ping Tom Park. So looking at Chinatown's place in its immediate context, we see it is a destination in proximity to major Chicago destinations. Ping Tom Park reaches beyond its borders, and the food destinations in Chinatown bring people into the neighborhood. While the restaurants, bakeries, and other eateries are the most visible part of Chinatown's food system, a closer look reveals some structures of the parallel broker-managed network. Greengrocers and distribution warehouses abut industrial zones, rail lines, and highways. The system also includes food production, with individuals using private yards and easements for vegetable gardens. This production even takes on a guerrilla urban farming form, spilling into planting strips and lightly guarded former industrial spaces. Sidewalks and street corners are witness to creative enterprises. So extending this robust food system becomes an opportunity to amplify the existing conditions in Chinatown, provide needed green space and economic opportunities, and create additional points of connection for the neighborhood outside of its boundaries. The chosen site is an idled rail container storage yard owned by Union Pacific that almost completely severs the new expansion on the west from the old core. Extending over 3 city blocks, this 18-foot high concrete embankment still sees active commuter rail activity on the easternmost lines. Some present structures to be preserved are a signal gantry and tower, which are currently highly visible from certain street views. In this longitudinal section, you can see that the embankment passes over the Stevenson Expressway and then under the Dan Ryan. And so functional site boundary is established at the edge of the Stevenson to focus on the areas just inside of Chinatown. The surrounding buildings are only 2 to 3 stories high. There is one taller condo tower that obstructs views of the site from the elevated Dan Ryan Expressway. This transverse section reveals how separated the residential areas on the east are from the mixed-use buildings on the west. The two sides have absolutely no visibility of each other. Viaducts that go through the embankment are 445-foot-long tunnels, and they create a further spatial separation. This section also illustrates the gantry and the signal tower's visibility and significance as rail markers. The challenging edge and tunnel conditions emphasize the spatial separation and require design solutions that soften and blur the division. Many cities have grappled with how to redevelop post-industrial sites as the U.S. has transitioned into an information and services-based economy. Chicago has 3 such large projects in the vicinity of Chinatown, 2 of which are on former rail sites. One wonders whether the density and scale of these projects are justified, considering that Chicago's population has actually been declining. The population did increase between 2010 and 2020, but the population has not even recovered to 1990 levels. So in examining the site and its place in Chinatown and the immediate context, clearly a different strategy is more appropriate for this site. So while green spaces have had prominence since Burnham's plan of Chicago, and Chinatown would greatly benefit from another major green space, this thesis proposal looks beyond the more traditional forms of mall or park. Even a common rails to trails typology would only be appropriate for more thinner rail embankments. The challenging site conditions require a unique approach for productive transformation. To amplify the existing food system in Chinatown, this thesis aims to integrate multiple strategies to transform an 18-foot-high concrete post-industrial site spanning 3.5 city blocks into a place of production and innovation, a place where Chinese food culture serves the neighborhood and broader community in multiple ways. A series of design iterations explore different approaches for addressing the accessibility, connectivity, and identity of the overall site proposal. To maximize the opportunities for food production, job creation, and cultural connection, a program of various green spaces and economic programs are proposed, including a vertical farm, a commercial kitchen, a food hall, and event pavilion. So here you see the overall site strategy, and it divides the 18-foot-high embankment into 4 distinct blocks to create multiple spaces for the craft, consumption, and cultivation of food, giving residents and visitors various points for cultural connection. These strategies are layered and integrated for a cohesive proposal that attempts to soften the presence of the embankment, allow multiple forms of food production, and create a series of connected but distinct participatory experiences. So an initial design decision was made to retain as much of the embankment to reduce and minimize the possible disruption from removal. Then the viaducts were mostly removed to daylight the blocks. Some of the viaducts were retained to support the active rail that's still on the site. This move improves the accessibility and the connectivity between the 2 sides of the Chinatown neighborhood. People walking from one side of Chinatown to the other through the site would also feel safer with this improved visibility from one end to the other. This is particularly helpful to the large population of seniors residing in Chinatown who greatly rely on walking as a main mode of transportation. The next design move would carve the edges of the blocks into stepped terraces. The site context of the guerrilla gardening and rail remnants are preserved to bring some familiar elements to the forefront. So children walking by these descaled edges may catch sight of gardeners harvesting veggies and herbs from the terraced guerrilla garden edges. The businesses across Canal Street would have an improved verdant view instead of a near continuous 18-foot-high embankment wall. To further soften the site edges, trees are used to create an urban canopy buffer from the busy street and the active rail lines. The trees are planted on berms that shield the site from the active rail and carved service lane, which provides accessibility for maintenance and utility vehicles. Urban foragers would be encouraged to gather berries and herbs and nuts from the plantings along these bermed edges. Trees can also be used as street tree connectors, creating a more unified street experience from one side of the neighborhood to the other. As people walk along 23rd Place, the carved guerrilla garden edges, urban canopy buffer, and street tree connectors create a vibrant and vital environs, both amplifying the existing food system typology and improving neighborhood connectivity. The design proposal then uses block identity and connecting pathways to create distinctions within a hopefully unified experience. So the craft and communal nature of food is centered in the place of cultural connection. Neighborhood residents with limited land access can establish a plot in the community gardens. And in the teaching fields, you can have educational programs about the seasonal growing practices of Asian vegetables. The brokers who manage the current Asian fruit and vegetable food system can expand their economic and employment options with the proposed vertical farm, investing in new and innovative urban production methods. And then all of these experiences are connected together with the connecting pathways. Families exploring the site on the elevated connecting paths would have views of gardeners using the pathway structure to trellis and support vining gourds and beans. Stairs carved into the embankment corners improve site accessibility for gardeners accessing the site. The educational pavilion would anchor the teaching fields, and it provides a shaded respite and gathering spot for these classes about medicinal uses for vegetables, herbs, and roots. So the building housing the vertical farm could also incorporate an open pantry where low-income residents can come and get produce for free. Another innovative practice brought to the site is to plant a bosque of apple pear trees to experiment with urban orchards. Some vegetables and herbs cultivated on site and in the vertical farm would supply the enterprises in the culminating focus site where cultural connections are made through the craft of Chinese food. So a sequence of crafted terraces sculpt the exterior experience. Interior spaces house different food craft-related enterprises that provide business opportunities and places of social connection and the main point of cultural connection. Here you see at the ground level plaza, a mother and child from the neighborhood buying produce at a farmer's market stand. Their guerrilla garden edges wrap around this ground level that is embedded into the embankment, and it would broadcast the daikon and gailan available for sale. A grand stair beckons pedestrians to move further into the site to explore what's above. The brick here references the context of Chicago warehouses, and the steel relates to the signal tower and gantry rail remnants. The steel reaches down from the hovering roof as another hint to the experiences above. So the main building is designed as an earthy plinth embedded into the embankment with frame-like pavilions resting on this plinth. The terrace guerrilla garden edges are shaped to create access points for service vehicles, while the vegetation softens the harshness of the concrete embankment. On the west elevation, the entry gate serves as a threshold between the grand stair and upper terraces and frames the relocated signal tower. Here, the windows also reference the historic warehouse typology in Chicago, and it strengthens the street experience in response to the commercial and mixed-use buildings across the street on Canal Street. The construction of the entry gate is a modern and abstracted version of traditional Chinese wood joinery. Created of dimensional lumber, dado joints and dowels ensure tight interconnected joints, which references the woven interconnection of the productive landscapes and cultural expressions of this proposal. So the main progression through the focus site begins at two access points, one via the grand stair and another via a ramp that circulates at the perimeter of the focus site, with exit points at a series of landscape terraces. This ramp passes by the sheltered area underneath the event pavilion. Residents can set up market spaces there or have a sheltered group Tai Chi lesson. Seniors and families are treated to an accessible path, which is privileged with multiple resting points, trees providing shade in the landscape terraces. The larger exterior courtyard spaces are enclosed into an outdoor room by the event and food hall pavilions. Views of these terraces would come into view from the connecting path, offering a welcome respite after exploring the community gardens and teaching fields. So the interior experiences for the site begins in the entry pavilion, which anchors the northwest corner of the focus site. All the main spaces radiate from the entry pavilion, which serves as the building's main hub. On the ground level, service areas are on the embankment wall edge so that the storefront experience can be maximized on Canal Street. Is there a way to close this? Because I realize you're not seeing half of my... There we go, much better. Casual greeters are greeted by a bubble tea and dessert cafe upon entry, where they can grab a quick snack if they don't want to progress into the food hall. Maybe they would pick up a Hong Kong egg waffle. New business owners can rent spaces in the commercial kitchens to the rear. These business incubator spaces can help locals launch new businesses and catering businesses at a lower startup cost. I messed something up. The second pavilion, accessed from Canal Street, is the event pavilion. This rentable gathering space has multiple points of entry and serves as an access point to the connecting pathways toward the productive landscape. The doors on the east elevation connect the event pavilion to the courtyard spaces as well. The expansive glass here gives views of the terrace's landscape with trees and meadow grasses and flowers. So the event pavilion would be given a dedicated ground level entry that's adjacent to this cafe. The prep kitchen and one of the event storage spaces is also on the ground level to keep some of the activity away from the festivities above. If people arrive at the event space via the entry pavilion, they would briefly walk outside, pass along the entry gate, and then they would proceed into the event space. They could deposit their things in the coat room off the pre-function space, order a drink at the bar, and then look out at the landscapes outside. Others looking for a culinary experience could find their way into the food hall. So the food hall is the culminating experience where the craft, consumption, and cultivation of Chinese food are woven together experientially. On the exterior, the large courtyard with outdoor seating allows people to gather and socialize when the food hall is not open. Perhaps a family might use the tables to organize the food they've gathered from the guerrilla garden and foraging edges. The connected courtyard spaces would also allow for coordinated events between the food hall and the event pavilion. So you might have classes on the medicinal properties of food inside the event hall, and then you might have cooking demonstrations in the food hall using mobile kiosks. The expansive glazing on the south elevation would emphasize this connection between the productive landscapes and the community gardens and teaching fields with the food craft in the food hall. With the majority of activity occurring on the weekends in Chinatown, the food hall is seen more as this flexible space during the week, where seniors can gather to exchange gossip about their families over a bowl of hand-pulled noodles in a leisurely fashion. Students might find a quiet study space and grab a snack while they look out at the productive spaces to the south. And on warm days, they can take the food outside to enjoy. Like with the entry gate, the architectural expression uses a modern abstraction of wood joinery, but in a different form. The trusses of dimensional lumber are braced with steel rods, serving as a conduit for integrated lighting, and they combine with the steel timber bolts and steel columns. This combination both expresses the history of the site and the context of Chinatown by abstracting both the steel and the steel rails and the wood ties of the constructing of railroads and the traditional Chinese wood joinery. So Chinatown visitors are invited to watch vendors making different Chinese foods, anticipating a feast of various dumplings, noodles, roasted meats or baos, and complemented by fresh stir-fried vegetables from the site. After greetings of "Have you eaten?" people can choose what foods will best nourish their bodies that day. It is in the food hall where people may reflect upon what they're consuming, how it has been lovingly crafted, and the land it was cultivated from. Elements of the food system in Chinatown that were previously less visible have been amplified and extended across the site to transform a post-industrial site that created division into a place of connection and cultural expression. With that, I thank you for listening, and I open up the floor for comments. I'm gonna I need to reopen. Is it?
I'm redundant.
No, here we go. I'm sorry that my link in the Google Drive to my final board is a little, this is hopefully useful to you in terms of what you can see for those of you on Zoom.
It's funny, I think, the sort of stepping you have from the street level to the top of the embankment probably could have been a little more gentle so that it read more as terraces that stepped up. Right now, it's almost like almost 1-to-1 for the depth to the height. And that I think it just would have made it feel more like a hill rising up, more so than just sort of embankment. So since you're sort of carving, and it reminds me of at least some of the things I've seen pictures of in Asia, the rice fields and the terracing like that, that would have been more easily occupied. Right now, the way you have it with the 1-for-1, it's almost like, it doesn't matter that it's planting, vegetables or whatever it is that you can eat. It could just have been ivy, for instance. So I think if you, sort of just consider that, maybe not the whole the whole length, but you have a pretty good depth. You said it's 400 feet.
Well, the whole site is 445 feet. 135 feet of that has to be preserved for the rail lines. So it's like 300.
Yeah. So some of it, you could have, it just would have made it more like a rolling topography rather than like bleachers almost. But otherwise, it's, I think, a great program and a great use of that infrastructure, if you will, and to repurpose it.
I definitely struggled with the landscape, figuring out the identity and how to mold it and craft it, how much to retain, how much not to retain. Definitely went through a couple of iterations and considering how to make the terraces more occupiable and much more open to the public is definitely something to consider. Thank you.
Sure.
Is there any hands? Maddie?
If I might
Thanks,
jump in.
Juanita. That was a remarkably comprehensive presentation. I think that you taught us a tremendous history lesson at the beginning, and so I'm left feeling like, wow, you really did what you set out to do, and I appreciate this tremendously. It's a very, very complete urban vision. Which is a very different urban vision from the typical. And gee, if I would sort of offer up what I wish, I mean, you've done so much, what I wish as you go forward to make this really happen is thinking about the connections between the pieces that you've left and thinking how they could become more integrated into that green vision, I guess. Is there some way that they could be parks themselves so that they weren't just a way to get from one place to another, but became part of that agrarian experience? But anyway, thank you. Really appreciated the presentation tremendously.
Thank you for that comment, Maddie. Yeah, there definitely were some initial iterations that looked at Chinese garden typologies, more meandering paths, more kind of this sequence of events and different gardening experiences. I looked at some botanical gardens where they have like veggie and herb gardens embedded inside of the botanical gardens. Ultimately, I decided to allow the community to have as much of the space as possible, which is why the idea of the community garden block and the teaching field block to kind of make that agrarian experience more continuous, that design decision was made. And there were even questions as to whether or not all of the streets were daylighted to allow for greater connectivity for those main agrarian spaces. And this is where we landed. But it's definitely not perfect. There's definitely much more exploration that could be done. So thank you. And I see Dana's hand here on Zoom.
Yeah, great, thank you. I just think that I also want to commend you on the comprehensiveness of this project. It's like, wow, how many semesters did I have really to work on it? It's really quite impressive. And I just, given how comprehensive it is, I kind of wanted to ask you, what about the project do you want us to most focus on? Or what about the project do you think there is either most unresolved or most special to the site? I'm having a little bit of a hard time trying to understand the hierarchy. I get sort of this left portion is, or I can't tell if it's east or west. North portion is kind of, it's represented in a different way, but I'm just wondering from your perspective as the student, where do you want us to focus our attention?
That's a really interesting question. It seems very simple. Actually, most of my attention was on the focus site. I did spend a significant time on the landscape plan and the overall site plan, but I think even in Bobby's presentation in the morning, this is not a master's of landscape architecture. So a lot of attention was spent on how the programmatic spaces of the building came together, how they were connected to each other, the idea of these different pavilions, and the architectural expression. Suzanne, you had a question?
Yes, 1 second. Okay. We are losing Chinatown in many places, here in DC too. And you said that in Chicago it's expanding, it's not diminishing. So I'm very curious to know what is different in Chicago, what makes it more like a preservation thing and important than in other cities. I think that in Toronto, it's also expanding and it's quite serious there. And on another note, it's a beautiful project. It's very clear. I can see that it will be crowded there and very alive. And I love the structure and the spaces and all the work that you did and also the presentation. But don't forget to answer the question, what makes it in Chicago different than in other places?
So in all the papers that I read about the decline of Chinatowns, the main thing that was stressed was that newer immigrants are coming in with a different education level, and so they're not settling in the Chinatowns. For whatever reason, that's not the case in Chicago. Even though some of those residents may move out, they still, for some reason, can attract new immigrants to continue to move in. So that's one reason for how the population has been able to maintain itself. Another reason why it's expanding is that even though some residents in Chinatown are moving out, they're literally moving out. I don't know if you can see my mouse. So that gray block is the, Chinatown footprint. And these highways here, the neighborhood to the south is Bridgeport. So that's where they're moving. They're moving next door. I mean, they're moving to other parts of Chicago as well, but a significant number of Chinese people are moving right there. And so there's also a lot of businesses. People will go into Chinatown on the weekends, even though they live outside, to go to their doctor, to get their eyes checked. So there seems to be this critical mass of business activity that happens there. There's also this question of whether or not the things that constrain their spatial growth has actually protected the neighborhood and allowed it to maintain itself. So that's an open question.
So the location is really important and it allows expansion, right? And then the immigration, they have more immigrants there.
Right. So some of the land that, as it's expanded, some of it is decommissioned industrial spaces. So they buy up the land and redevelop it, and they've grown that way. There's actually some vacant spots in the neighborhood as well that can be developed. I think the expansion into Bridgeport is more like people buying homes in Bridgeport. It's not necessarily new development. So There are some other historic warehouses that are being redeveloped into hotels. So there are definite fears of gentrification in Chinatown. In particular, just north of Pingtom Park, there is a site called the 72 or 62, 72. It's a 72, and that's like a 60-acre site that's going to be redeveloped with a master plan by SOM. It has high glassy towers. It was one of the ones that I showed in my presentation. So there's still fears of gentrification in Chicago's Chinatown, for sure. Patty, I see that you have your hand up. And then
Thank you.
Hey,
Marcus.
Juanita, this is really a pleasure to listen to you explain your project. So many interesting elements with the food and the urban agriculture and access. So I guess I have a couple questions, but a couple of comments also. Just taking the kind of derelict site and giving it new life with like literally new plant life, I think is a fascinating topic. I think creating the access, if I'm reading it correctly, you're making the roadways pull through. So all of a sudden you're exposing these kind of urban fields to a whole lot of people who are even just driving by. Right. If I'm understanding that correctly. Mm-hmm. So just, I mean, I'm just envisioning that like you'll see maybe some sense of that. And I think that could be really intriguing. I'm curious if you think of this as a destination that people will come to, or is it really intended, and I'm gathering that it was really intended for the community itself. And then if that's the case, I just, I think for me, the thing I'm struggling to understand is like the access into the site, because you mentioned the elderly community that is pretty active, and that's their, they're mostly walking around to get around. And I just want to make sure that what is being proposed is really going to be truly accessed by that community, and just understanding like Asian culture is very multi-generational. And so you want to make sure that it is used by all, you know what I mean?
Right.
And not just like going into a place and getting on an elevator, but really that there's a clear, like that the sloped route is quite as grand as your grand stair route. So.
Right. So I don't know if this is the best view, but the site is envisioned to be an amenity for the local residents. It is also most of the economic activity in Chinatown occurs on the weekends when visitors come. So that part of it could not be ignored, hence the event pavilion. But the idea was that this could be a space for people to come to socially connect with one another. There is a Chinatown Association building that has community spaces and it's quite small. There's also a Chinese American Social League or Society League, and their building also has quite small community spaces. So this was going to complement those existing structures in Chinatown. The ramp itself that it accesses around the side is 15 feet wide. So it's quite grand, and it has these multiple, I don't know if you can see, but these multiple terraces. Basically at every landing, there is a place to come out where there'd be seating, where the trees, there's a place to rest and shade. Actually, it's a much nicer experience than the Grand Stair. And definitely taking into account a lot of the families and the seniors living in Chinatown, the population in Chinatown is aging. That was definitely a consideration in how to create access through the site for all. But thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Marcus?
So how's this for alliteration? I absolutely adore your architectural application. How's that? I won't belabor with the comments that I think everybody else already mentioned. This is a great proposal, very comprehensive, very mature thesis proposal, and that it's a very large site, but mature enough to respond to the entire site holistically, but know that it seems like you really knew that what you wanted to focus on very early on in the process, and I think that comes through in a lot of the drawings. Similar to the previous thesis project, this is also a version of softening as well, and I love these sort of industrial site reversals. Knowing the history of a lot of industrial sites in our country. Primarily those were areas where a lot of immigrants, African Americans, low-income individuals were relocated to. Those are the areas that they, could, reside and live. And to see the sort of transformation of this sort of previously devalued area to arise to this level of value in the 21st century context, I think is really amazing, and it's a really believable project. I love it. I have 3 questions that I'll just give to you quickly, so I don't take up too much time. But the first thing that comes off the page to me formally is the shape of the winding path. So could you talk a little bit more about those? And then the one thing that I guess perhaps don't understand is how one actually harvests from the gorilla plantings around the plinths. So could you talk a little bit more about how that happens practically? And then I'll sort of lean into somebody else's comment. I forget who made it, but it's another comment about the experience of the caverns that you've created. I really think I love the decision to sort of put the vegetation on the sides, but I think that could be sort of elevated a little bit more, because I think that'd be a beautiful sort of section to almost like use the vegetation as a pseudo storefront for that particular sort of cavern, right? I think that's an interesting sort of aesthetic there, and I would love to see get a little bit more of what that experience is like on the street for people sort of walking through these revealed caverns. So I'll leave it there with those three questions. But overall, this is a really comprehensive, well thought through, easy to follow project. So kudos to that, Juanita.
Thank you for those questions. So the undulating paths took a couple of different forms. The main, one of the design iterations was called Twin Peaks, and it was this idea of the rolling hills. And so I took what was in plan and I made it in section, or what was in section, I made it in plan to follow the undulations of the crafted topography. Questionable whether how successful it was, but that was the main idea. It was a good idea. Well, shoot. Next question was about how people would actually gather. So the lowest edge is 3 feet. And the idea was that was at a height about at counter, so you could lean over. And the carved stairs, there are landings that exit out. It's really hard to tell, but they're supposed, at those corners, those access stairs, you're supposed to be able to walk off onto them, but it's probably really tiny, and I don't know if I quite got it right. But that is a question. I don't know that I got the terraced edges quite right, and they could be more gracious. Right now, it's basically 1 row of plantings, and I think maybe I should have just allowed myself to be more fanciful or not fanciful, but project more into the future about how this space would be occupied by the public. My thought was that if they didn't hold as guerrilla gardening edges, that it could be planted with some evergreens or some other type of vegetation. So there were some questions as to how successful that would be. Was there a third question? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I see Suzanne has her hand up. Do you have a question, Suzanne? No. Peter?
Yeah, just two comments, and then after that, a simple suggestion about sightedness. The comments are just, I really love the project. It's taking this infrastructure that's there and repositioning it for the community, and the presentation gave us a lot of information on how to understand that. So you should be commended for all of that. I also want to commend you for taking the lessons from that very early study abroad trip you did in your education. They're great. I love them. And so, but more important than that, it's just gratifying to see a student taking those first lessons all the way through to their thesis. The simple suggestion, and it goes to Michael's first comment and the comments that were just being made by Marcus, would be, I was looking for the north arrow in the axon, and the terraces on the north side, I think, are going to be problematic, being a gardener. And so I just wonder if maybe you left that side, vertical, and embedded some retail or incubator spaces that could be in proximity to the terraces that are on the south-facing sides. Or like Michael was saying, maybe the terraces are a 1-to-5 ratio on the south side and a 1-to-3 ratio on the long street. But those are minor quibbles. I think it's a beautiful project.
I just have one other site issue since Peter brought it up. If it faced the other way, you would see the loop, right, Juanita? Okay, I just want to make that point. That's all. The little discussion we had. That's okay.
Conspicuously left out all views of the Sears Tower. Roni has one last comment.
Go ahead, Ronit.
Juanita, it's really, first of all, the drawings are beautiful, presentation really rich and compelling. And thank you for raising all these ideas for us. I do have one question. I happen to have been spending a lot of time in Chinatown in New York, and as my daughter lives there now. And what is conspicuously absent for me is actually any references to Chinese culture visually, or symbols, or, we see it at the top with the food, but when we look at your renderings, when we look at the site, we don't see, and maybe some of the tacky things, like is in Chinatown now, like there's lights that are paper lanterns signed by different people, and it's a jam-packed area with all this stuff happening. And so it's interesting to me to look at your project in contrast to, the sort of cultural visual expression on the outside. And I'm curious because it's so absent that it seems like it was a conscious choice. And I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on that.
It actually was a very conscious choice. Some of those initial architectural decisions came from, say, a reaction to the racism that Chinatown was facing. I also did a deep dive. When I visited this site, I also noticed that some of the newer buildings in Chinatown, the Public Library by SOM and the CASL headquarters by Shop Architects, took a much more concerted effort to abstract some of the ideas of Chinese culture. And seeing as those were projects approved by the neighborhood, I felt like the neighborhood was trying to find a way to redefine itself. And so I took those cues and extended them. Some of the glazing patterns, I abstracted some traditional Chinese screens and windows for those patternings. And the gate as well. I studied some of the new architecture coming out of China for that. So it was a very intentional decision.
We can Suzanne Rutzig has one last question.
Oh, okay. I think I had asked her previously. I think her.
Then I'm going to just say one last thing. So I think that's a really interesting question to continue the conversation around, right? In terms of vulnerable communities, how much do we show we're there and how much do we hide from being there? And how does it also work when people actually move into these spaces, what they bring to that into it to make them own it and feel a sense of place. And that is such a rich conversation. We need another chunk to talk about it. I'd love to talk to you about it because it implies all the neighborhoods around Langley Park, for example, all the businesses that have all sorts of different owners inside. And if you didn't know that and you're standing at the parking lot, you wouldn't know that, right? And so these are very subtle thoughts and beautiful thoughts. I think it raises some really valuable questions for us to think about at this time. So thank you.
If I could just quickly add on to that thought, I do agree, I think, Ronit, with your comment in that we have to be really careful and cognizant about sort of sanitization of cultural expression and who are we trying to appease our design work towards. And I think in this project, maybe just one point of improvement is I feel like we're appeasing white Chicagoans, which I don't know what the right word for that would be. And more of like a Eurocentric opinion of what it makes comfortable space. And so I just would think about, especially if you're serving a certain community, what are they going to be feeling? What are they going to feel comfortable in? I think there's just a lot of ways, and it's really sensitive and really difficult to negotiate.
Also knowing it's multiple communities, right? It's not a single unified.
Yeah, or a monolith.
Community.
Yeah.
Great. I do think globalization in architecture is a fair thing to grapple with and something that was actually on my application essay, something that I wanted to better understand. I certainly did not intend to appease a Western point of view in the architecture. In fact, all of my building precedents were from China. So I think it's just an open question for architecture in general, like who are asking the questions, who's part of that process, who's participating. And I would have loved to make this more of a community participatory project. And I think some of those concerns could have been addressed if that had been the approach taken on this project.
Can I add something,
we really have come to the end of this particular presentation. Well, there are two more candidates we need to look at, and so we do have to move on. We can have a sidebar conversation about that. I want to apologize for the glitches. I also want to tell you that years ago, when I was a student at Notre Dame, Colin Rowe came and lectured, and he got up and told us a story that he was on the plane and he left his slides on the plane, and he gave a lecture without the slides he was supposed to have for that lecture. And when he would gesture in one direction, we would actually see the image in our minds. And I got to tell you, I haven't seen somebody do that since you just did it just now. And so I got to tell you, you got a big career ahead of you. Brittany Williams, you'd like to sum for your committee.
Thank you, Juanita, so much. I'm so glad for those comments at the end from Dana and Ronit. That's something that Juanita really struggled with over the course of pro-thesis and thesis, and even in the crafting of the final presentation, how to express the sense of place and the tie to Chinatown. So I'm so grateful for that. I tried to convince Juanita to bring us dumplings and hand-pulled noodles, but we decided with COVID it was not really a great idea. All right, my alliteration. I have been ever so enthusiastic to engage with your energy and excitement in your exploration of this existing embankment. It's been really rewarding watching you grow for the past 3.5 years in your architectural pursuits, and I'm just so impressed by your ability to synthesize both what you've learned in this building and your several previous degrees and careers. And you've been just a great citizen of the school, so thank you for that. We will miss you for sure. Congratulations.
Folks, we're going to take a pause of 5 minutes in this point right now. If you want to have that sidebar conversation with Juanita, you can have it over there. We'll be back in 5 minutes. People need to use a restroom. People need to just stand up and stretch for a minute, and we need to get somebody else reset here. Could we get the next presentation on this wall set up in place? Thank you. Yeah, help it. Yeah, help it. Just too, you know? Yeah. Do you have a PowerPoint or is it a PDF? It's a PowerPoint.
And then after I go to the PDF, I share the PDF.
PDF. Yeah. This is PowerPoint. So I'll help you change the screen if you need me to, okay? At the end, we're going to keep these off. Do this. I want you to advance this slide when it comes up a couple of times. Let me tell you how. So you have any notes? I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I have it on iPad.
You have to speak into this while you're doing the presentation.
So I have the key.
Yeah. I'm trying to get these guys moved around so we don't have to do any more distraction here.
A question is, so there's a reason why we're not doing the full screen. Is there a way that we can try it to see if it works? I have slide transition on my InDesign PDF.
Sorry. Yep. Yep. There's some kind of glitch with Zoom at the moment. And it's not even working well with PowerPoint.
Oh, I was thinking maybe, and maybe Phil, you want to do this too, in case there are glitches, we can send in the chat the link to our PDF from the Google Drive.
There it is. That's why I asked for these things in advance. That's why I can't. I will send the most recent JPEG. I guess you sent me a JPEG. I will send that to them. Okay.
We got a clicker.
My hand would have been
So,
clicker.
yeah, so I'll use the clicker and switch.
Excellent.
So.
Yeah, that's fine. That's okay.
Okay, folks, if we could get settled in. We'd like to begin the next presentation. If we could get settled in, please. Professor Mide, are you there?
Yes, hello. Hi,
Okay,
everybody. Can
because
you hear
we
me?
cannot begin until we know you're there, so that's all.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
When you get all through this, if you just simply click and that'll pull the screen down so people see who's asking questions. If you don't, I'll come up and do that.
Got it.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have to wait for. President Joseph, do you have Professor Wong's text him, can you text him and ask him to discuss it? We can't start right now. Okay, that's lovely. Thank you. Appreciate it. So as we get ready here, we have two more to do this afternoon. Philip Dio, it will be taking us to Gaithersburg, Maryland. Gaithersburg, right? Gaithersburg, yeah. I'm getting slightly senile here at the moment. His advisor was Mide Akinsati, who's joining us from Houston, Texas, and as well as Professor Juan Burke on the committee, along with myself. And we are going to be looking at the repurposing of an existing derelict shopping mall. So if you talk slowly, Professor Burke will walk into the scene just as you begin.
Should I wait for him or?
Just for the sake of the reviewers, we have to wait for Professor Burke before we start the presentation.
All right. Great. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here today. My name is Philip Dio, and I will be taking you through my thesis titled Interwoven Communities, Reconnecting the Generation Through Forgotten Suburban Landscapes. I just want to begin by some thank yous and acknowledgements. I'd like to thank Professor Akinsati for his mentorship throughout this whole process, and my committee, Professor Kelly and Professor Burke. Also want to thank my family and friends who have been with me through this entire journey. Your presence in my life has been invaluable to me and a great inspiration. Okay. So let's start with just a quick session overview. I'll first begin by introducing the issues at hand. Then I will focus on my hometown of Gaithersburg, Maryland as the city of choice for this thesis, and Lake Forest Mall as the focus mall for this project. The primary focus of my thesis is to explore the use of dying shopping malls as a vehicle for creating multi-generational placemaking. The vision that I have for my hometown mall, Lake Forest Mall, is to remove the outdated enclosed mall typology from it and transform Lake Forest into a new sense of place for the community to enjoy. Some words of inspiration that kickstarted me throughout this thesis process was from Ellen Dunham Jones and June Williamson. In their work for retrofitting suburbia, where they've acknowledged the detriment of sprawl development and made note of the long timeline that it'll take for us to retrofit these developments into becoming new sustainable places for our communities. So let's talk about the issues at hand. And I do apologize if I start to sound like a broken record, but I'll say it just to drive it home. Shopping malls are dying. Now, we know that we're moving more and more towards a digitally integrated future. The holiday season's upon us, everyone. Just a quick poll. How many of us did our Black Friday and holiday shopping at the mall or department store? Okay. Now, how many of us just skipped the line and went right online and grabbed those Cyber Monday deals? Right, yeah, so did I. I mean, it's kind of hard, like, spending time away from work just to go to the mall. But in that case, you know, we are living in a digitally integrated future, and you know, we love the convenience. But with that convenience, there's something that has to give. We know within the past year, online commerce has grown exponentially and is not stopping. And what's happening with this trend and amongst other trends is leaving malls to be vacant, defunct, and otherwise just underused wastelands within our suburban communities. Another issue at hand. We know that there is an urban renaissance happening in today's world. More people, specifically the young educated and the empty nesters, are looking to move out of the suburbs and in towards more urban-like city environments. Reasons for being, probably closer to work, downsizing, and quite frankly, cities are just fun. And then as the population is shifting to the city, we will see a generational gap where the empty nesters and the generation X, Y, and Zs, they're moving into the city, but the elderly and those staying in the suburbs are there to just age in place, which that's not what we want. So let's look at the shopping mall. Shopping malls have been a staple for suburban living since its inception in the mid-1950s. Towns often celebrated them when a new one opened up. They were a great place to celebrate cultures, festivities for the community. And often, they were a place where all generations can go to find a sense of enjoyment, just to spend time at the mall. There's even a whole generation where they've learned about their sense of identity in place, and then also learned about and shared pop culture. But malls today have become underutilized, and vast landscapes where underutilized parkings just kind of contribute to horrible effects like the heat island effect. Department stores within have been closing their doors to the lack of interior shoppers. And many of the inline stores are either struggling to stay afloat or have closed their doors for good. So let's look at the typical enclosed mall structure and how it's organized. Typically, enclosed malls feature 4 main anchor tenants, a cast of inline stores, and a public amenity like a food court. There is a sea of parking that encircles the mall. Within the mall, there's typically 2 floor levels, and the second floor level being an upper level mezzanine that overlooks a central concourse, and an internally focused pedestrian experience. Now, we can define enclosed shopping malls that are being something, in fact, an internally focused construct with a blind exterior wall that faces out towards a dead sea of parking. As to rethink this transformation of the mall, we can think by turning this typology on its head, by lifting the lid from the building and pulling the mall experience inside out, where we can start to think about reintegrating it back into the landscape and creating a sense of place that has both an internal and external public experience. Let's go ahead and look at Gaithersburg, Maryland. Gaithersburg is a city located on the east coast of the United States in the great state of Maryland, and is situated in next to prominent cities like our nation's capital, Baltimore, and the greater Maryland and Virginia area. Gaithersburg is located within the heart of Montgomery County, which is a prominent county in the state of Maryland. And it has humble beginnings, starting as a rural residential railroad town, and now has grown to become a thriving incorporated city that's been considered a hub for biotechnical industry and a contributor to unique urban design. Lake Forest Mall was founded in 1978, 10 years after the city was incorporated. The mall features department stores such as Macy's, JCPenney, Lord & Taylor, and Sears, and over the years has housed many amenities for the public to enjoy, like an ice skating rink, movie theater, and an indoor fountain. Today, Macy's is the only standing department store, but we'll see what happens after the holiday season. So looking at the age demographics of the city has a range of age demographics from kids and teens to young adults and growing adults. Growing families. Now let's take a deep dive into the site itself. Lake Forest Mall is situated along the northern point of the city boundaries, and it's within the commercial corridor of the city. The rest of the city is organized as primarily residential zoning and mixed-use residential zoning. There are 2 urban artifacts within Gaithersburg, the first being the historic railway line of which the city was founded on, and Highway I-270. The historic railway line now serves as a public commuter rail for all to use. The city has an abundance of recreational and leisure destinations and an extensive public transportation network for all to use and to access these places. Now, with the presence of Highway I-270, Gaithersburg is bifurcated into 2 zones, East and West Gaithersburg, and Lake Forest Mall is situated on the eastern zone of the city. Now, the city also has some natural resources within its vicinity. There's an extensive network of trails and streams coming from the Great Seneca Valley, Stream Valley, and offers plenty of outdoor recreation from like walking trails and hiking trails. Now, part of this rethinking of the mall and integrating it back to the site, by using the existing stormwater management systems of this site, we can think about reconnecting the site back to the natural landscape and provide a lovely outdoor amenity for all to use. Here's looking at the immediate major street context. There's Highway I-270, Frederick Avenue, and Montgomery Village Avenue, which are all major streets, and shows that Lake Forest is a car-accessible destination. Within a 2-mile radius, Lake Forest has an abundance of leisure and recreational destinations for all to use, and is also quite near a public transportation hub. Now, there are a series of encircling boulevard streets around the perimeter of the site, such as Montgomery Village Avenue, Lost Knife Road, Odenhall Road, Russell Avenue, and Lake Forest Boulevard being the main entry into the site, which offshoots from Frederick Avenue. Now, looking at the site's existing context today, it's zoned as a C2 commercial zoning with a range of commercial, residential, and civic zone buildings surrounding it. And this proposal looks to transform this zoning code to MAPP+D mixed-use zoning. This next drawing is the figure ground drawing, just to further reinforce the vast amount of parking that encircles the surrounding mall building. Now, the site is divided into 5 parcels and owned by 5 different entities. There's Lake Forest LLC, Macy's, JCPenney, Lord & Taylor, and Sears. The land area of the site is 4.4 million square feet, and the building footprint is 1.03 million square feet. Now, some things to consider when designing a site like this. It's imperative to keep the existing green space and reconnect back to the natural landscape. It's looking at the mall, we can adaptively reuse the mall to create a mixed-use environment. We can look at the existing entrances and activate Lake Forest Boulevard as a true entry into the site. To further emphasize the main entry, we can look at building to the adjacent office park parcels just to develop that main entry. And then removal of unnecessary roundabout circulation to further reinforce the main entry. And then also looking at the reuse of the excavations for the new water amenity as a means to build up the topography for the site. Now, Lake Forest reimagined. Here is what we see Lake Forest as it exists today, and here is what the future of Lake Forest can become. At its truest potential, Lake Forest can be transformed into a fully integrated live, work, and play environment for the community to enjoy. Now, there's going to be some phasing process in building out such a big site. When Macy's closes their door, we can start to begin phase 1 of the project, where we can start to turn the mall inside out and open it to become an outdoor mixed-use experience. There's also the existing transit hub on site, so within phase 1, we can look at building up that transit hub to allow accessibility to the site. Phase 2 is will focus activating the main entry, transforming the sea of parking into new mixed-use residential buildings, and activating the newly reimagined lake and stream for the site. And lastly, the final stage would be to build out the residential portions of the site. Part of that main entry, we can think about making complete streets to have a fully integrated multimodal entry for the public to use, where there can be a series of protected bike lanes and a rich pedestrian experience along the sidewalk that can accompany entertainment and leisure. So here's a view looking from Lake Forest Boulevard towards the newly transformed Lake Forest. Now, looking at the existing mall concourse, we're looking at about a 50 to 55 foot wide central concourse with a 15-foot overlook mezzanine above. And these inline stores within are aligned together, and this is this is an early mall organization typology that Lake Forest features. Now, part of the adaptive reuse intervention is that we can take the existing bones of the mall and implement an insertion intervention strategy where the new structure will carry the loads of the residences above. So the once first floor level of the mall will now house the new parking for the site and will have integrated bike storage to allow all modes of transportation for people to access the site. The surrounding department stores can now serve as new functions for activating the site. The Macy's to the south can be split and be turned into retail and office spaces, but then also provide an elegant pedestrian approach onto the property. To the west, JCPenney now serves as a senior citizens housing with retail ground experience that faces towards the street. To the north, Lord & Taylor can now serve as a health and wellness center. And lastly, to the east, Sears can be a multicultural music venue for the public to enjoy. Moving up one level to what was once the second level of the mall is now the elevated plaza level, which now houses a number of commercial and retail experience, and also entries for the residences above to go into. There are a number of retail destination options for the community to enjoy, such as a food co-op, a sports dining venue like Pinstripes, an outdoor recreational store, and then multiple flexible office spaces that can support community think tanks and work from home individuals. And then above this elevated plaza level will be the residential housing above. So here's a view of the pedestrian entry approach looking towards the new Lake Forest Mall Grand Stair entry. And then this is a view of the Grand Stair Plaza reflecting pool, where we can think about building a year-round outdoor space, so such as the reflecting pool can be used as, let's say, an ice skating rink for the colder months. Other plazas like the Central Plaza can be used for a number of functions like an entertainment venue for the public to enjoy. Then here is the garage access pavilion that takes people from the garage ground level up to the elevated plaza level. This is a view looking at the jogging trail or jogging track within the Health and Wellness Center to promote a healthy lifestyle for all of the community to enjoy. And even the newly reimagined public walking and biking trails that encircles the new lake at Lake Forest. So in conclusion, suburban shopping malls were once rich and lively places for all to enjoy and has now been left on the wayside to die. So let's not pass the blind eye and be adverse to these forgotten suburban landscapes, but see them as opportunities for creating good, sustainable placemakers for generations to thrive in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Philip. So just thinking back about the conversations during the making of the developing of the project, just two things, if you could illuminate us a little bit further, or things that I'm curious about. On the one hand, could you talk about the sign of the lake and whether that responds to natural water cycles, topography, or anything like that. I'm just wondering about that, the choice for developing the lake there. And could you speak about a little bit more about the difference in residential units that you created? Because it seems like you have senior citizen, you have apartment buildings perhaps, and you also, to the northeast, you have another layer of development, residential development.
Sure, great questions. First, to start with your comment on the how the formation of the lake is. So looking at this zone, the topography of the site actually slopes downwards here. So at this elevation, it is higher. So as the stream, there's a existing stream that exists here. I'm sorry for the individuals online. What I'm showing here is that there's an existing stream on the south side, right here. And then this portion is at a higher elevation and then slopes down to the larger body of water and then continues up northwards. So that is how the formation of the lake was formed. So looking at where the water from at higher elevation can reconnect back to the stream and then slowly drop down to the larger body. To your second question, for the organization of units, is that right? Yes. So one, definitely looking at the accommodation for the elderly and aging in place was something that was at the beginning of my thesis. That's what I wanted to focus on. Thinking about, you know, these individuals that are aging in place, and let's say, you know, their children have gone and left into the city, and there's a need for having, you know, complete families together, because there's benefits in having, you know, the youth be able to see grandma, grandpa. So keeping that closed loop of the nuclear family there in close proximity. So placing the senior citizens to the north, closest to the outdoor recreational amenities, such as a garden, a community garden, the dog park, access to the water. Now above the retail spaces are, you know, condos and apartments for, you know, available for, you know, new families, young adults who have maybe just graduated. They probably don't want to live back home with mom and dad, but they still want to have a place of their own after graduating. So that's a space for them. And then the residential units for phase 3, those are kind of the missing middle housing, because part of the research for the city planning for how to redevelop Lake Forest, there's a need where we don't need single family homes or like large upscale apartments to just wipe the whole land. But there's a need for missing middle homes, like as duplexes, townhomes, triplexes on site. So that's how that organization is set up. Yeah, I'll go with Mark.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Another very timely project. Back in Detroit, where I'm from, we actually just demolished our oldest mall. So I think your proposal here is more in doing with, you know, maybe what we should be thinking about doing with some of these older pieces of infrastructure that we spent, you know, millions of dollars developing. Actually, I love the proposal. I love the adaptation of the central, you know, sort of core concourse as this sort of pedestrian promenade. I think my question is more so on the programmatic side. And I thought you were going to elaborate on it when Professor Burke asked you the question about the diversity of uses. But I guess I'm fine with the program, but I just have questions about the sort of senior citizen aspect of it. And maybe it's that I don't understand this section, but even when I look at this section, I don't see I don't think I see anything that's on the ground floor that is accessible to the senior citizen level, right? And so I know there's different types of senior citizen housing, this idea of aging in place, which I think gets, kind of misconstrued sometimes. But, I would push you on the aspect of providing for, and you use this key term too as well, missing middle housing. Part of that is sort of providing for diversification of housing types. So in that spirit, I would push you on the senior citizen housing and what you're providing. Obviously there's going to be those that are able to move up and down multiple levels of stairs, et cetera. But more so I see in the senior citizen population, those that are wanting to stay on the same level so that they don't have to negotiate a whole lot of levels to sort of live. And so could you maybe it's solved for and I just don't see it. So could you talk more about maybe the decision to elevate senior citizen housing in your program? And if you did consider other residential options for the senior citizen population.
Yes, thank you. Great question. So for, thinking about senior citizens, even with this housing pod, so the newly transformed JCPenney as being, dedicated for senior citizens, there's going to be a range of senior citizens, that have better mobility or not the best mobility. So even the housing that's along the third phasing portion, those can be also dedicated where, there's single floor level units to allow the different type of, level of elderly. But there are, elevator accesses within all of the residential entries to allow those to access their upper levels into their units.
Yeah, I understand. Just so that you're aware, I do think a strong trend within that. Now, the only reason I'm mentioning is because it is such a big part of the program. I do think that I understand the sort of elevators will take you up and down levels, but from the trend that I think it sort of plays out practically, I think there is a desire to see stuff that is just on the ground level. There's no need to go up and down. But I hear you. You're providing for a variety of different types of housing.
Okay. Can
Thanks,
I talk?
Philip. This is a super interesting project and a great idea, and something that I agree with Marcus. We ought to see in practice. It would really be nice to see some of these malls adapted productively. I have two questions. First of all, since it's an adaptation of pre-existing buildings, what specifically is old construction that you're keeping versus new construction that you're adding? I'm looking at some of your tectonics feel very contemporary, so I'm assuming most of that is new build. What do you keep the structural skeleton? And then my second question is, it seems to me the biggest change in character that you're proposing for this site from a theoretical point of view is from a space that is meant to be completely on the move, fleeting, transient. People go to do their shopping at the mall and they're supposed to be moved through space and evacuate the space versus putting down roots in the space. And I was wondering if that transition posed any particular design challenges or design opportunities, changing it from a space of moving people through it to a space of anchoring people to it.
Thank you very much. To answer your first question, part of the existing mall that is being saved, so essentially we're removing all of the facades, but we're saving the bones, the structure. The mall has a typical 30 by 30 grid that for spanning. And so we were purposing that to kind of house, the roof for the below like new parking, and then the roof for the retail spaces above on the elevated plaza. And then we are inserting the new structure that will be adjacent to that to support the residences above. Can you reiterate your second question again?
Sure. It's just, how did you address the challenge of transforming the character of space from a transient mobile space to one for residents and putting down roofs? You know what I'm saying?
I think so.
A shopping mall is for moving through it. Residences are for anchoring there and staying in place. I wondered.
Right. Well, right. So the typical shopping mall, it's very retail oriented. You go to the weekend, you buy a throw pillow, you buy some Martha Stewart like hand towels. But next weekend, are you going to buy another throw pillow and another Martha Stewart hand towel? Probably not, unless it's on someone's like wish list for their wedding. But so by changing the idea of what that retail experience is, we can introduce other forms of retail destinations for the community. So looking at like flexible office space to accommodate the new work from home situation that we are experiencing today. Looking at introducing food markets to provide food amenity, because there's already case studies where a lot of dying shopping malls, a lot of the department stores, they're actually converting them into grocery stores, and it's providing some foot traffic, but it's still there. But that's a case. There's also a case, providing entertainment, both indoors and outdoors. So having a Pinstripes or like a sports bar or something like that, where you can have like entertainment during the evenings and night, and then also outdoor plaza spaces that can be transformed year round to host those community events to celebrate cultures and gatherings. Yes, I think there was someone in
Can
the...
I say something? Yeah.
Sure.
Your first slide, or one of the first slides, showed a lot. When you showed the mall, like Forest Mall, and you showed the sea of asphalt that was kind of empty with cars.
Yes.
And so shopping is not the cause for the change. Shopping may be contributed, but the environment, people are more aware that they don't want to condition millions of square feet of spaces and then also have millions of square feet of impervious. And they like urban settings, but living in the city is expensive. So doing an urban space in the suburb makes sense. So your whole project makes sense because of the environment and also because of the way that people like to live. They want to live near shopping. They want to go and sit in a cafe outdoor, something that was not done in this area 20 years ago. So lifestyle is changing, and also the awareness of the environment, the needs of the environment is changing. And the shopping, yes, is contributing, but it's really not the cause for the change.
Good comment. Yes. Yes, the shopping to the mall, no, it's not so much, that's not the only factor. There's multiple factors, with the aging demographics, just how we, for those who want to start a family, let's say like for suburban shopping malls, those generations that would go to the shopping mall to hang out, hey, mom and dad, can I borrow like $20? I just want to go to the Auntie Anne's and hang out with friends. That was a place where people can go to and enjoy and have fun. But that construct to go into the mall to have fun anymore, it's changing, because the experience of what we think of, trying to gather with people, it's morphing. And a lot of the city environments are providing those amenities to provide those like fun experiences where people can go and hang out at. Though people will go and shop, like retail is not necessarily going away, but it's, we can't really dedicate vast amounts of land and vast amounts of parking just to go to a single use oriented retail experience. Yes.
Phil, I have a question about the topography and the parking in the ground floor level. Am I understanding that you are changing the relationship to the grade at the ground floor with the way the poche is indicated on this plan? Yes. Okay. So there are other strategies for dealing with the parking that would come in this kind of transformation, which would be to put, a structured parking with a wrapper around it in one of the new parcels. And then I think this gets to Marcus's point maybe, and then occupy the new streets that you're making at grade without having to creatively berm up, which I'm having trouble finding in the section, but I'm reading it in this plan and in the indication of parking on the ground floor. So I just wonder about that, the deployment of the strategy that you use versus which I acknowledge is makes sense that you're understanding that the car is still a problem and needs to be addressed, but there are other ways to deal with it without sacrificing the experience of creating, street-like spaces by the way that you've creatively daylit the former concourses in the mall. So it seems like sectionally you were proactive, but then in kind of the plan, you covered up some of those spaces on the ground floor. Just, I'm curious about that.
Yeah, thank you for that. No, that's a great point. Even as like another type of parking strategy. So for the building of the site, just kind of thinking about with reintegration back into the landscape, thinking about reusing a lot of the excavation. So what can we do with it, and try to make this stepping up motion and kind of elevate those residential levels in the farther eastern side. Part of the idea of elevating a lot of the residential units to that upper level was to kind of activate the street to host like retail experiences and entertainments at that ground floor level. So not necessarily make that ground floor level within the immediate transformed mall context to be like residential entry, but still activate that for just public retail experiences. Thank you. Professor Simon.
Thank you. You've certainly tackled one of the pervasive problems of suburbia, or several of them together. So I applaud that. I do have a bit of a challenge. Following on Professor Noonan's comments, it seems to me that one of the original problems of malls is that they are completely disconnected from the community. They're really islands. And in your solution, you've actually created lake and forest, which, was one of those ironic namings where they got rid of the lake and the forest. So you brought it back. But in doing so, you've created a moat around half of the site and only a single connection through. There are more connections on the northeast side of the site, but there doesn't seem to be a strong attitude about really connecting to the community, bringing the street networks through. And I wonder if you had studied that possibility of really completely knitting this into the neighborhood rather than accepting this as a place that was essentially an enclave, more or less a new community unto itself. So that was thing one. And thing two was, you know, I see the solution for cars, but in your analysis of the site, which I thought was very, very clear, very informative, you pinpointed the rail stations and the metro, and I would really like to know how I get here if I'm not driving. And I do think that's also pertinent to the seniors. You've talked a lot about seniors. And one of the kind of facts of aging is that people stop driving, we hope, at a certain point. So, you know, how do they get out of here? Because, you know, I'm not sure that you've created a sort of total community, but it seems to me that this place is going to exist because it's connected to workplaces, places, you know, for culture and so on and so forth. And last question, I guess, for you is, since your senior population has to take elevators anyway to get in and out of their housing, did you think about mixing the units for seniors with units for everybody else? So I guess my question is there a need for segregation?
Yeah, thank you for all those. To comment your last question, yes, there, you know, not all the senior citizens have to live within the designated senior citizen housing. There can be like a mixed range of senior citizens living within just the regular like units that's available. So there's not necessarily has to be a segregation of that type. I can't remember your middle question, but I do remember your first question. Regarding the street networks, the site's kind of very irregular. And so there was a difficulty in trying to grapple with trying to find that what is the regular lines to create a cohesive street grid to the site. So, but one of the biggest considerations looking at Lake Forest Boulevard as trying to activate that existing street as the main entryway, and then kind of spilling out towards the Eastern Street over there, and then just kind of utilizing the existing entrances and driveways just to kind of build off of that, and then start to think about, okay, how can we start to divide from the entry to the Transform Mall to the residences. And then from there, that's how I started to build out the streets within. Oh, public transit, yes. So there is an existing public transportation hub on Lake Forest Mall. And so there's a number, it's located right here on the eastern point. There's a number of you know, buses that go there, drop workers and visitors off there, and then they can access Lake Forest Mall. And the MARC commuter rail station is about like 15 to 20 minutes away from the site. And then it's also not far from Shady Grove Metro Station. So, and with the extensive bus route system that runs through Gaithersburg, there are multiple ways to access Lake Forest Mall if you don't own a car. Yeah. Oh, yes, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, graphically, yes, yes, yes.
I think what would be helpful, because you took such a strong position to change the site vertically, what might be helpful is to see what it looked like beforehand, because I think that's why I'm struggling a little bit with the section is what so one, what's existing in this and what's not, or what's new, and then what was the former condition and what's and how, in comparison to this new condition, so that we can see, really the changes that you've done in section, but also to Maddie's point. Again, you took such a strong position on the site, on this, as you call it, a regular site, to change it vertically. I think you could take just as a strong position in plan to the site to make those connections as well, because I think that it does feel like King Arthur's castle a little bit, where there's one entrance in, and as soon as they shut the drawbridge, there's one way out, right? So again, these malls were designed with a certain not modernist architecture, but modernist planning philosophy, and I think what you're trying to do, in terms of what you're saying, you're trying to do, sort of stitch this thing back together, add some diversity of uses. I think this is an admirable attempt at that. But I think some of the planning strategies from by way of the connectivity to the rest of the site needs a little bit more work, because it does feel like it's still, even though you've got more buildings on it and you have some diverse uses, which I think is a good thing, it still does feel like it's isolated from the rest of the surrounding Gaithersburg site. So,
can I also add?
I just wanted to add one thing about, I think it's beyond the scope of work of what you've identified for the thesis, but the thing I'm really interested in, I'm sort of building on Marcus's comment here, and that I really want to see is like a wall section that shows the existing and the new, and I'm really intrigued by the intervention, and I'm glad that you've thought about, how are you actually supporting this thing, and I just want to start to think about like how the materials come together with the existing structure. How do you take this totally energy inefficient existing building and retrofit it, which is obviously beyond the scope, but great job.
And there was started to be a question from somebody online.
Yeah, Dana McKinney over here. I just wanted to say, I think I really commend you on the complexity of this project, which isn't just an architectural project. It's definitely one of urban design and planning and strategy. But I do think one thing that I wish I could just be a little bit more for the resolution of would be your kind of strategy of how are you differentiating the different pieces on the site, specifically the 4 main retrofitted buildings. They all feel quite similar from one to the next. And I think sometimes when you're in a shopping mall, it's almost disorienting, because even though there is sort of a primary and secondary access or mode of transit, sometimes it feels like it's placeless and that you don't really know where you are. And just wondering if there are ways that you can kind of further articulate the design. Either, you might have some 2-story versus 3 or 4-story or even 5-story buildings that are on top of your podium that can further help create more of a sense of space within the site itself. And even just kind of looking at your renderings, everything is very like white and matte, and kind of this relentless glazing. And so kind of understanding where sort of a little bit more of like design ideas come into place to create more of a sense of place. And had you thought about materiality? Had you thought about possibly manipulating sort of the buildings themselves to create more difference?
And with that, I'm going to have to call it to an end and ask Mide Akinsade, Professor Akinsade, who was the advisor on this project, to come and give us a little summary, please.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, and thanks to Professor Burke, as well as part of the committee, for Philip. I think Philip, at the inception of announcing this project, I was extremely intrigued by it, just trying to tackle this real world problem that literally is a blight in the landscape. The sort of unsustainable aspect of it. Even though in the 70s and 80s, it was sort of like the pride and joy of any given community, seeing what it's now become as a scar, really, and trying to sort of fix it, especially for his hometown. I actually think it's commendable. One thing I told Philip about is to given that, I think you said you grew up in this mall while you were growing up in Lake Forest, you kind of grew up with the building, is to actually not just see this as a academic exploration or academic exercise. It's almost like a life work, really, since you're still rooted in that community. One thing I advise Philip to do as he's sort of pawing over this project is to keep massaging it, listen to some of the comments that were given and seeing if they can apply them. And I use my thesis as an example to Philip. I graduated from Maryland as well, and it's a real world problem that I was tackling. And I ended up presenting it to the city, the Department of Planning and Zoning in Baltimore City, and they were like, wow, we wish we'd seen this before we wrote the latest urban design guideline. We would have sort of loved to have brought you abroad in an advisory role to sort of help shape this, which is the point of academia, really, where you sort of take a real world problem and you tackle it with the guidance of professors and classmates even. And hopefully you can sort of keep pushing it forward, especially for the city of Gaithersburg. I think it's a very complex issue. I was actually hoping that Professor Gary Bowden was in attendance today because he's sort of a retail expert. I kind of cut my teeth on working with him at RTKL, and he was a professor of the practice here at the school. I thought he would have had some great insight for your project. Some of the issues that were mentioned that I was hoping that you could speak to, especially with regards to the parking issue and the topography, actually is embedded in the construct of a typical mall, where the American shopping experience is like, I want to come in at ground level. Like if you have a multi-story retail experience, it tends to fall. In Asia, in the Middle East, and other parts of the world, that's the way it is. But I think in America, especially, given automotive culture, ground level retail works. So what these malls tend to do is warp the parking around it. So if you're coming in at the back, you're coming in at the second level. And in the front, you're coming in at the ground level too. So, and then the escalator and the food court is sort of what mediates both. And I thought it was clever that Philip was trying to use that topography of the site as a mall construct to sort of sweep the parking and tuck it underneath the building, which I thought you could have explained more, or even explore more with some of the comments that you're getting. I've had a pleasure of engaging Philip as a TA on multiple projects while I was down at College Park and Professor Abrams' classes, and also in some of the urban seminar courses you were taking. And it's always been a pleasure just sort of engaging you and seeing how rigorous you are with some of your thought processes and ideas, and actually unabashedly willing to take upon a real life project like this. And it's been a pleasure of me sort of working with you, along with the thesis committee, Professor Burke and Professor Kelly, and sort of shepherding you through these. I will really ask you to take into account, I was taking notes for you. I hope you had somebody taking notes there from some of the comments. Post thesis, when you let your hair down, just to sort of revisit some of these and fine tune it. And, but Professor Kelly introduced you to one of the alumnus from College Park that's not what he does. He takes all this, these dying malls and it makes them into a new place. Presenting your project to his office might be a ticket for you, like, in terms of employment or whatnot. So this I can see this continuing as a life work, really. So I appreciate you, your tenacity, and also just, just sort of pushing through. And it's been a pleasure working with you. And I also thank the faculty member that has been sort of supporting you all along.
Thank you, Professor Akinsade. Thank you, Philip. Congratulations. And Mide, stay in touch. Be careful down there in Texas. Okay? Thank you. Give us a couple seconds. We're going to get something set up here.
clicker that works?
Yep.
It works?
We're not going to do that. We decided that it was too complicated.
It wasn't working.
So we're going to stick with just doing the dumb version of the PDF.
Okay. Oh, wait, were you talking to me about the clicker?
No, I was talking,
So the clicker does work?
I don't,
Okay.
I don't think it works with the PDF.
Yeah, I think it works for about.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
No, presentation view freezes. That's why we're not using it. Nobody can see anything with it. Some way to move this stuff.
Just click it and drag it up, I guess we could do. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, now we're moving to Baltimore, Maryland. Nusheen will take us there, along with her committee. The chair was Professor Bell. Their committee members were Maria Day Marshall and Tanya Bonsall. Both Professor Bonsall and Professor Marshall are with the Real Estate Development Program, and this is yet another dual degree. We're very proud of the fact that students do that, and we'll go to Baltimore and find out about creating a healthy city.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? All right, excellent. My name is Nusheen, and thank you all for being here today. I think they saved the group fitness instructor for last to keep the energy going, so you guys think we can make it through one more? Yes, woo, that's what we're used to. Before we get started, I do want to say thank you so much to my chair, Professor Bell, for pulling me through this semester. In a lot of ways, you were my group fitness instructor this semester. Also to my committee, Professor Bonsall, Professor Day Marshall, and Professor Kelly for their feedback throughout the semester. Thank you also to my colleagues at Facilities Management for their endless support in all different ways. My friends and family, especially my mom and dad and sister, for just keeping me alive with random food deliveries at my house. And finally, I would like to thank the family and colleagues of Mr. John Maisto. I hope that this is a project that he would have been proud of and interested by. So without further ado, let's talk about Baltimore. So Baltimore City, when people think about Baltimore City, they think about the problems that are latent in the city. Baltimore has become inseparable from its problems. So some of those problems include, is it gonna work? It's not working. And a moment of silence for my slide transitions that did not make it into, because of the technical difficulties. We're just gonna hit you with the facts. We're not gonna ease you into it. Yep. Okay, I was hitting right and left. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so some of those problems. Well, don't spoil it. All right, some of those problems include, include poverty, violence, pollution, ruin, and oppression. And a lot of these issues are, they go way back into our history, into our politics and policy. And we may not think that the built environment is really an avenue through which we can make a tangible difference. But that's not the case. As architects, we have the ability and therefore the responsibility to try to tackle some of these problems. With thoughtful design, we can turn poverty into prosperity, violence into vibrance, pollution into polished, clean, and green spaces, ruin into remedy, and oppression into opportunity. With that, I'd like to present my thesis, Healing Places, Urban Revitalization for Health Transformation. I'll start by defining health. Then we'll talk about the ways in which urban design can impact health. Then talk about Baltimore as a case study, and then go into the master plan proposal. So first, to define health. It can be a pretty complex term, but in this thesis, we're going to focus on 3 categories of health. The first of which is human health and wellness. This covers physical health, mental health, and social capital. Physical health and mental health are pretty self-explanatory, but I'll explain a little bit more about social capital. Ultimately, that's a sense of belonging in your community. That's a sense of conviviality, making new relationships, maintaining relationships, and really wanting to participate and feel like you belong in that community, excuse me. The second category is planetary health. Again, a really broad category, but we can focus on 3 elements in this thesis: air pollution, water pollution, and sustainable building practices. And finally, social justice. This looks at health on the scale of a societal level. Ultimately, looking at, does everyone have equity, opportunity, and accessibility? Now, unfortunately, all of these categories of health are in decline. In terms of physical health and wellness, we're seeing obesity at much higher rates, and we're even seeing it start earlier, younger and younger. We're also seeing more instances of mental health issues. Anxiety and depression are on the increase. And finally, despite our connections via social media, we are, in fact, as a society, more alone than ever because we're not making those real connections. You know, the social media has taken place of these interpersonal relationships. In terms of planetary health, we're seeing climate change affect us in so many ways, including the increase of natural disasters and the severity of these natural disasters, wildfires, hurricanes, tornadoes. We're also seeing a loss of biodiversity. And in terms of air pollution, we're seeing more and more air pollution, and that's contributing to our health issues as well, respiratory health issues. And as far as social justice goes, I'm not going to suggest that there was a time when we can look back and say we were doing it right. That's not the case, unfortunately, in this country. But we are seeing that there are more frequent instances of racism, more severe cases and displays of racism in our society. So all of these are intra-connected. In human health and wellness, for example, physical health is related to mental health is related to social capital, and every other way around. Okay, so each of these categories is intra-related, but they're also interconnected. And that area in the center where they all converge is where we want to target our interventions. So we as architects, with our projects, can we have the broadest impact and the greatest impact. So how do we do those interventions? What does that design look like? Well, we can look at it on 4 scales. First is the city scale. And this really comes from physical connections, diversity of land use, and access to basic necessities like healthy food. These need to be provided at the city scale. At the neighborhood scale, we're seeing, or we want to see high density. We want pedestrian-oriented design and an abundance of green space that can really increase that conviviality, increase the sense of belonging and a sense of place, which is the 3rd scale. Place is somewhere that you can define. It's somewhere that you want to be. It's somewhere perhaps with historical ties. And that's what we want to bring to our cities. We want a high variety of activities so that everybody can participate. And that is the final category, the community, so the community can participate. And targeting this scale really needs to look at community-specific programming. So understanding what the community needs and bringing that programming to them in order to achieve diversity in all aspects, diversity of income, professions, backgrounds, walks of life, ultimately diversity in activities and people. So why Oldtown then? Why Baltimore? Let's start with Baltimore. Baltimore City is not doing so great in any of the health categories that we discussed. In terms of human health and wellness, these statistics are staggering. HIV diagnoses is over double the state rate in Baltimore. Obesity and overweight kids are about a third of high school kids. Asthma emergencies take up are 3 times the state rate, and that is linked to some of the environmental issues I'll talk about. Heroin use and overdose and alcohol and drug use is rampant in the city, which is also related to the HIV diagnoses. So all of these, again, are interconnected. Now, in terms of planetary health, sulfur dioxide levels in Baltimore City are higher than the EPA deems safe, and one of the highest across the eastern seaboard. We're also seeing a lot of bay pollution in the Chesapeake Bay from runoff, sewage, and trash. Baltimore City, unfortunately, their history with racism predates even that of the federal government. They had a 1911 ordinance that was targeted towards Black people and preventing them from getting housing in Baltimore in predominantly white neighborhoods. It became a code violation to rent or sell a house to a Black family in Baltimore. There was even a committee on segregation in Baltimore City. This racism that's woven into Baltimore City's fabric is still seen today. The effects of that are still seen today. Lawrence Brown coined the term the black butterfly and the white L, which refers to the geographic separation of the two races. And on the west and east sides, where it is predominantly Black, you're seeing very little investment of funds. We're seeing much more poverty. We're seeing much worse outcomes at every scale, at every level, and the exact opposite in the white L. So then why Oldtown in Baltimore City? There's a lot of opportunity in Baltimore City. Why this site? This is a 1914 map of Baltimore City that is stitched together so we can see what this place looked like. This really interesting warped grid happens in Oldtown, Baltimore, which deviates from the regular north, south, east, west grid. So it provides a lot of interesting opportunity for design. It was really high density with small scale blocks, really walkable. And there's a lot of historical relevance to this site in particular. Oldtown Mall was one of the first, if not the first, small scale commercial development to be brought into an inner city. And then the Sterling Street homes, I'll highlight both of these in a future slide, were among the city's first attempts to renew. And they sold these homes for $1 a piece as the tenants, or as those who bought them had to renovate them. But for only $1, why not? All right, now looking at the overlay of the current conditions, we can see the drastic change. You know, we still have this warped grid condition, which, you know, still provides interesting development opportunities, but it's largely empty. You know, we've had highways just plow through the site. The historical relevance is no longer relevant. Sterling Street Homes does exist and looks okay, but Oldtown Mall is crumbling. It's nothing anymore. There are no facades on the building, so that the history is almost lost. No one's there to use it or enjoy it. And also, Oldtown Baltimore has major socioeconomic problems. All of the problems and more that I have mentioned already are even worse in Oldtown. So a side-by-side comparison here of the streets and blocks of Oldtown from 1914 to today. All right, oops, there we go. So let's get oriented to our site then. It's approximately 80 acres, okay? And the boundary on the west side is the Jones Falls Expressway and North Central Avenue on the right. Looking at some really important landmarks that can help orient us to the site: Johns Hopkins Hospital, Peabody, and the Mount Vernon, and the Washington Monument, City Hall, the Baltimore Penitentiary, Oldtown Mall, highlighted in red, and the Sterling Street Homes, highlighted in yellow. And less than a mile away is the Inner Harbor, a nice, vibrant retail commercial space. So looking at the master plan. Looking at the master plan, there we go. So again, Oldtown today, looking at this figure ground, you can see that there's scarce development. It is dilapidated, low density, no greenery really, and it's heavily paved, you know, it's a lot of parking lots. What you can't see from that figure ground is what the buildings actually look like. Those are pictures that I took. You guys want to live here? No? Well, that's it. This was my plan. No. So there are no facades on the buildings. It's empty. There are trees growing inside of the buildings. There are no roofs. It's not a nice place. Now, looking at what we need to do to get to a better tomorrow is demolishing a few of these buildings. Now, a lot of these buildings that are being demolished are highlighted over here. They're pretty small scale, light industrial, kind of auto shops. There are some in good condition, but they are not contributing to any significant placemaking, and they're definitely not contributing to the density that we want to see in this site. Here's the master plan proposal. We're bringing in mixed-use development that's inspired by a medieval urban design strategy in the sense that we're pulling in a high street, a main street that snakes and winds through the site for picturesque views and a really interesting experience as it takes you through these nodes of the neighborhood. It's pedestrian oriented. So the idea is that this high street and many other places can be closed to vehicular traffic to really enliven the city and bring events and comfort to pedestrians and really populate it, make it an active space. Green energy and sustainability is critical in the site. There are geothermal wells that I'll highlight in a future slide, and also stormwater management via rain gardens and solar panels, so a lot of clean green energy. Specialized programming to target this community's specific health and wellness needs, which I will target in another slide. And finally, it's important to talk about the adaptability of this site. A lot of these buildings, the footprints can be adapted as the market demands in the future. If you can't adapt, we're seeing, if you can't adapt in the 21st century, then it's not going to work out. So how did we get to here? Let's go back. All right, how do we get here? I studied quite a few different urban design approaches, including Greek, Roman, Baroque, fusions, solar-oriented design, to see what is the potential of this site. And I think looking back at prior strategies for urban design is kind of a commentary on, though we have progressed so much, we have lost our health and wellness. Because of convenience, because of this easy, straight, as the crow flies way to get to places. We are no longer walking. We are no longer getting this activity that we need. So I think this winding circulation was really important to the plan. Again, creating that east and west connection and providing, and really highlighting Gay Street, allowing it to still stay a main focus of this site. Looking at a figure ground side by side to see what that development looks like. Again, from where we are today in the master plan proposal. So a closer look at the master plan. Providing a community center is going to be crucial, and I'll highlight the specific programming in the community center in just a second. As I said, there's a geothermal park, 2.2 acres of a park that underneath has geothermal energy. The energy in this park, generated in this park, can support both civic buildings and a portion of the utilities of each residential building that's also flanking it. There's also geothermal on the western side in that small park, and also on the eastern side in that park as well. Bioretention as well, or rain gardens are also featured in this park. A community library is offered, a major grocery store to alleviate the to alleviate the food desert condition in this area. Sterling Street Row Homes is now highlighted and celebrated with this monumental archway into the park. And Oldtown Mall is revitalized, it's redesigned, it's alive. And finally, the Fire Museum Plaza. There is a fire museum in good condition at the southern portion of the site. But really highlighting that, making a plaza out of it to allow the southern entry into the site to be highlighted. Looking at the master plan sequence here, again, this is that high street that I was discussing, 60 feet building face to building face. It's larger in street width than all of the other streets, so some hierarchy. And it takes you through multiple nodes of activity, and it connects from north, south, east, and west. Plenty of connectivity through the site. The program variety enhances this sense of place. You can really feel like you're moving through the site and things are changing. So on the west side, we have a commercial and a business district. And I want to highlight why that little border is there. Orleans Street lifts up and it becomes an overhead highway, as is the Jones Falls Expressway. Living next to a highway is not good for health and wellness. So shielding some residents from that is really important to this plan. And this works in multiple ways because if that Jones Falls Expressway comes down, we can easily start to connect more of that fabric in. So this central square really becomes a microcosm of this thesis, remembering that this thesis is about health and wellness at the human scale, planetary health, and social justice. So these programs offered in the community center and the library need to highlight that. In terms of human health, we're seeing fitness amenities and general recreation activities, which is also, of course, good for mental health and social capital. We're seeing also general medicine, mental health services, and a women's clinic to target specifically Oldtown Baltimore's issues, specifically with maternal care and infant care. We're also seeing education, career services, mental health, all provided here, again, to alleviate those specific issues that Oldtown faces. Looking at the axon, just to dive in a little bit more into how the residential buildings are also helping. At the ground floor, these restaurants are using vegetables and food from the community garden that is on the community center in order to help contribute to this idea of health and wellness. Multi-purpose courts for activity, a dog park, and some maker spaces for resident services, trainings, educational reasons. Some sections just to see what that space looks like, how it's enclosed. And finally, how this new housing, how the housing typology, the multiple housing typologies that I'm proposing contribute to this expression of community and diversity here, and also the new Baltimore block. So I'm providing quite a few housing typologies here. Multifamily buildings with studio 1, 2, 3 bedroom units, garden style with 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, and row houses that are both for sale and for rent. Now, looking at the Baltimore block, you can see on the right-hand side of the boards in the upper right, that's the original Baltimore block. It's not on the slides, but I will describe it real quick. The original Baltimore block was integrated with many different incomes, which was a great thing. You have all people of different incomes sharing the same block, but it was still separated. You had the wealthier on the perimeter enjoying the streetscape, enjoying the views, and you had the poor on the inside of the block in alley homes. So in this thesis, we're taking the Baltimore block and changing the script a little bit. We're prioritizing community and green space. That's in the center of the block, and everybody gets to enjoy that space around the block. What do those people look like? They can look like anything. They can do anything. Everybody has a place in this community. And these people, the interests that they have and the commutes they take to work are highlighted in this kind of metro map of people. So their daily commutes as a line, and then all of their interests and places they like to go in the center, activating that retail strip, activating that park. A few renderings of what that space could look like. Looking to the side of the park towards the community center, looking through that archway towards Sterling Street. The back of the community center, seeing all the amenities provided. And again, highlighting that archway into Sterling Street a little bit more. So in summary, how does this thesis address all 4 scales of designing for health? At the city scale, it provides connections through the east and the west, especially those connections that were lost with the Jones Falls Expressway. It brings mixed use. It brings vibrancy to this community. As far as the neighborhood goes, 1,831 households are designed for this space. And that is, again, spread out through multifamily buildings, garden style, and row homes. And there, there's plenty of space for the pedestrian. The pedestrian is valued in this community. As far as a sense of place goes, you can relax, play, and socialize indoor and outdoor in any way that you'd like in this area. It's multi-purpose. It's not specifically defined so that everyone can find what they want here. And finally, the community-specific program really targets Oldtown's populations in terms of their specific health and wellness issues, and ultimately brings a really diverse and rich neighborhood to this area. With that, I conclude my presentation and open up for your questions, comments, feedback. Yes, thank you.
Congratulations on presenting a really wonderful thesis. Particularly, I like the sequencing of spaces that you're creating. I think even the way you're thinking through how to stitch this section of the city back together, I think is your process and the sketching is really interesting, and even what you sort of settled on, I think is really nicely done. Would have liked to see a little bit more scale, maybe some street sections to show what those actual caverns and those sort of outdoor rooms look like. I think the perspectives are nice, but I think more of a two-dimensional section could really give some additional qualities that add to the sections. Perhaps you and I'm trying not to put my developer hat on, because I do have. I do, but I do want to focus on I think my question is kind of alludes to the more development aspects. I think what's missing here for me is a phasing diagram. And I mentioned this specifically to you because you are a dual degree major. Because I think, especially because of the location that you've chosen to do this project, it's going to have to be done in a phased approach. So maybe I'll present the question to you. If you had to phase this project, can you talk about how you would phase it to get the same end effect that you're sort of presenting here in your final master plan?
Thank you for your question. I was anticipating that question because they are not on the boards, the phasing diagram. So I'd love to talk to you about it. Let's see, what's the best? All right, I can talk to you oh, you know what? I should show you on this board so that my Zoomers can follow along. Hello. Can you guys see on the screen then? Okay. So the first phase you can see in the existing is empty, and that's why it's actually going to be the first phase. It's already prepped, it's ready. Development is about to happen on that site, but for this thesis, we're assuming it's my development happening on this site. So first bringing some homes. Then using some of the proceeds from those homes to fund the rest of this development. So then after this phase here, then we'll start to regenerate Oldtown Mall and the central space here. Now this park space, before it's designed and before the geothermal goes in, is a great staging area for all of this development. So that's why we want to use it and try to get that center phase done as phase 2. After that, looking at, depending on the market, do we need the businesses to come in now or do we need more housing? That can change what phase 3 is. Is it this upper development here or is it the businesses down here? What I'm saving for the last phase is actually these small homes right here, garden style apartments over here, because they're in pretty good shape. There's no need to knock them down anytime in the next, 8 to 10 years or so. The rest of this plan can come to fruition before. And I'm sure those people will want to move into a nicer developments as well, right next door. So saving that for the last phase of this plan.
Use the mic. I think what you described is totally fine. What I might add to that would be to use your sequencing diagram as well to sort of guide how you would phase the project too as well. Primarily because it's fine to just put housing on a plan, right? But those people are going to want to do things and need things, right? And so you've got this really great sequence of streets that lead to squares and smaller squares and such. I think that's a critical part of what makes your master plan really work. And so, how much of that needs to be built out to entice people to come here, right? Because again, this is a specific location in Baltimore. It has a lack of assets and amenities, right? And so you kind of have to bring that up at the same time you're trying to bring people to the area as well. What's going to bring people here, what's going to keep them there, and sort of finding, I'm sure as you studied in real estate, finding that balance, I think is going to be critical to this proposal. But formally, I think this is a really nicely done proposal here. So kudos.
Yeah, congratulations, Nusheen. I think that you created a tremendous case for your work, and then you showed us how you did what you set out to do. And I just wanted to add to Professor King's remarks. I hope you have a super convincing pro forma, and I hope that you go into your career, bearing the message that it doesn't cost more to build healthy environments for people in cities, because that's such an important message. And I think, you're going to be a great standard bearer for that.
Just to PS that a little bit, Madeline, part of the challenge in environments like this is that, yes, it doesn't cost more, but sometimes these places have no value. And so you have to be able to establish value. I think that was sort of the thing that Marcus was headed towards, was where do you start to establish some value so that you can actually begin to turn this place around, and how much do you build? Because, in places that, and this is a big problem in Baltimore, we saw this a couple of years ago when we did the Harlem Park studio, the places have no value. So, you have to really put low risk development typologies and at some scale to be able to start to change it around. And that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Is a lot of this property, is it controlled by the city or is it privately held?
That's a tough question to answer. In my real estate, I focused on a very small portion that was owned by the state. I focused for my real estate capstone project just on this parcel. So that I can say was owned largely by the state. The rest of it, there's a significant amount of land given towards the BGE facility over there, and I've actually reduced that pretty drastically in this master plan, but still allowed some of it to remain. So that's a tough question to answer.
Okay.
It would definitely need to go through a planned unit development, et cetera, because it's 80 acres, so it's kind of tough to say.
But my reason for asking is we've been working on a project here in DC that used to have DC General Hospital on it, and now it's being developed. It's called Hill East. But the interesting thing about what you've done, it's not so much, I think, the phasing is the issue. It's having a number of developers who will buy into the overall, master plan and then develop it as a group. I think it's kind of big for one developer, although the East Baltimore initiative, just north of Hopkins, was pretty much like that. The developers Forest City teamed with some other developers to redevelop that area as a hub for, life sciences and residential. And so what I like about what you've done is that you're using design as a tool to sort of heal social ills, if you will, and you've kind of covered the spectrum of that, so that's very good. But you've developed what is a heart to this area with the open green space that can be multi-use, and then there's quite a variety of housing offerings and other amenities to sort of support this sort of new community, if you will. And it's sort of interesting because it's on a different, as you noted, sort of axis compared to the north-south axis. So it also has an identity. And so I think you've done a great job. The only thing I would remark, though, is on the actual architecture of the buildings. I think it's a little institutional, and not that that's sort of a bad thing, but it's borderline like some of the East Berlin stuff, before reunification. And so that's just the next step, I think, is to make the architecture a little bit more appealing. But when you got down to some of your renderings down at eye level, and the landscape really helped. Not saying that it was to hide the building, but you set up a really nice ambiance, if you will, for the neighborhood. So great work. You tackled a lot of things with one project.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that comment. I will say that the buildings, of course, as you noted, would have been a next step in the design process.
Right.
Given the scale of this and kind of all of the different areas that I was working with, I tried to go for something unproblematic, but definitely not architecturally solved by any means. It was not explored too much in this semester, but plenty of opportunity for this thesis to grow into other projects. So thank you for that comment.
Sure.
So I'll jump in here. I feel I wanted to applaud your ambitions. I think you've set yourself up for a lot of very some tough goals, and I think I work with a lot of developers, and I wish more of them thought like you. So I think the way you're thinking is hopefully the future of development. I think it was nice to hear you talking about, you haven't quite gotten to the maybe architectural development of it. I share what Michael was just saying. There's a feeling of homogeneity when you look at the renderings and all that brickwork, which when you talk about it and when I even can envision it when you talk through the plan, there's like a richness and diversity that I am envisioning. And so I kind of want to see that in the imagery as well. And I think even starting with sections that just show block to block, building face to building face. And since you are doing a diversity of housing types, I think just studying what that streetscape feels like is really gonna inform you and make these places feel like places. Because I feel like that's the one thing out of your 4 that could be strengthened.
Yes, thank you so much for that comment. Definitely, I think that would be a really great next step. And with the diversity of housings, of course, we want to see diversity in the expression of that housing. So all really great points that I will definitely take forward. Thank you.
I would just like to say that was the most amazing introduction I have heard in a long time. And I think first of all, good choice, Brian, to put her last. But I think, the ambition is high. It's inspiring to just connect the issues of health and all these different dimensions. But I don't know, I think we should use it as the video for our school. And I do agree. And it's good, you bit off a lot and there's more work to do. But I just do want to say that introduction was very powerful. And don't usually talk about that, but I think that was worth mentioning in this case.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that. Yes, Professor Kelly was sure to tell me to make sure I have a good hook. So I guess I delivered. All right, I had a question over here.
Just a really impressive project, Machine. I want to build on some of the last comments. As you move towards perhaps developing the buildings in more detail, one area to look at is the partie of the buildings and how you might accommodate a little bit more pedestrian access through the site that wouldn't rely on these sheer long diagonals. I can imagine trying to go straight north in the campus or straight east to west, you'd find yourself tacking upwind, so to speak. And so I think there are ways to cut through and undercut and pull away at the buildings while retaining their position. And some interesting strategies along those lines were explored by Norman Foster, a completely different type of building at City Center, but still an interesting strategy.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that comment. Dana?
Yes. So one thing I was wondering about is in terms of your sort of medieval street that you've created, you are starting it on one side in this commercial district, and then you're pulling it through on the other end in a sort of mixed use alignment. But right after the commercial zone, you're showing it as being just residential. And so I guess for one, if you can kind of explain why you didn't maintain sort of having sort of a retail base on the front of that space, it just feels like a very stark transition to go from one to another. And then I guess the other thought of another question altogether is how does your project specifically relate to improvements in mental health? I know like there's like a connection to greenery probably would help, but I'm not necessarily seeing that tie as closely as some of the other factors you were talking about.
Sure. Well, thank you for your questions. Let me make sure I understand the first one correctly. Where I'm pointing on the screen, so you talked about starting here in the commercial district and then coming around and then ending up here. Is that where you're talking about? Okay. So yes, there is some light commercial use on the ground floor of these two major buildings on each side, but it is largely residential. The reason that I felt that this worked is because this then, what you can see in the figure grounds, pulls into the schools and then into Johns Hopkins campus further to the east. So it's a little bit more of a directional pull towards the east that ties it together that we're not quite seeing at this, cutoff here. So
I'm sorry. Do you see where I just drew a line? It's more on the left side of your plan, so kind of connecting from where the highway is.
Oh, there it is.
That line I just drew?
Oh yes, I see. So here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. I did think about that, and I did think about kind of how does that tie in? Is it strange to have such a difference here? Looking at the scale of the buildings, I don't have a 3D of that. I bring the scale of those buildings on the inside, the ones with the green roofs, down a little bit more to help kind of ease you in to this residential area. But I did also feel that maybe this was a little bit too quick of a change. This could potentially work if the market demands that this become residential multifamily units, then it could work. If it stays business, then maybe a little bit more exploration there to see how that can blend a little bit better. But that's a really good comment. Thank you for that. And then to address the mental health, yes, like I said, all of this is interconnected. So of course the green space helps. The social interactions that you would come from all of the activities that can happen on this site would also increase mental health. But specifically, I do have a mental health and therapy programming for this site. So there is plenty of therapy options, outreach groups that are based on this site for reaching out to communities that suffer specifically from mental health issues and therefore drug addiction. And so I thought about, clean needle clinics and could that be a place on this site? Ultimately, I didn't find a convincing argument for where that could go, but I can say that the programs that are here, the employers that I'm bringing do work with outreach for that kind of problem. But yes, in terms of mental health, mainly the therapy, the green space, and the social activity that comes from the site. Thank you. Anything else? Other questions? Oh,
I have no.
We got one? Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay.
No, Shane, I'm really proud of the work that you've done. You've had a very complicated semester. You have a really big site to tackle, and to tackle it from 3 different aspects: the architecture aspect, the real estate development aspect, and the urban design aspect. And I think you've done a wonderful job. It's impossible to address all the issues that you would encounter in developing the site, but I think you've done an extraordinary job of being as comprehensive as you could be. So I'm very proud of you. And I also want to say that Nusheen is going to be doing her capstone on Saturday. So you'll hear much more about the real estate aspects of this development site. So good luck on Saturday.
Thank you, Maria. I really appreciate that. And Maria was very, very, supportive and encouraging throughout the semester, where I was just a ball of anxiety. So thank you for reeling that in.
Nisheen, I would think in terms of one way to maybe address some of the questions that people raised in terms of how far you've gotten in certain parts, and is to pull through one strand of one of those health issues that you raised in the beginning and show how that has, how you've been addressing it at all these different layers. And so then it might mean you need to develop pieces of it a little bit more comprehensively. But then you have the example of here's how that, here's this idea as it works through at the urban scale, at the neighborhood scale, at the place scale, at the community scale, or what your scales were. And I think threading that needle, and even at the materiality scale or the way and the interaction is, that may be another way to tell the story that that makes the point as an example of pulling all this together and
thank you.
Acknowledging that one can't do it all, right?
Right. Yeah, that's a really good idea. If I had one specific example, that case study, then that really could have tied things together. Thank you for that comment. That's definitely something to think about and using in the future. Okay.
Brian's nodding at me, so it's time to make some summary remarks here. Nusheen, terrific job. It's been a real pleasure working with you, I have to say, and I'm very proud of the project you just presented, and I'm very proud of the way you presented it, which I think was really, as I agree with Ronita, it was quite astonishing in its clarity and its depth and its sort of sincerity as well. What is interesting too about this project, Nusheen didn't show you all a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff she did that was really good. And she took on the challenge, as she mentioned, to sort of work through these different ways of seeing the site. And finally, she had 3 schemes that were all equally good. And she said, well, which one should I do? And I said, well, you decide, Nusheen, it's your thesis, and she picked this one, which was as good as any of the other schemes, in fact, in some ways better, and brought this plan to really an extraordinary level of, I think, detail, particularly if you look at the rendered site plan here, you can see the scale of thought. Some of the tripwires in doing a project like this have been pointed out by the folks on the jury. Because you were one designer designing this, but in fact, cities are made up of a lot of different designers doing a lot of different buildings. So when it comes out of one hand, it tends to look somewhat monolithic, right? Just compare City Center to the Wharf. The Wharf had 11 different architects and 15 different landscape architects. City Center had 2 architects, and I think it's really dull. And I think that that's sort of the thing you run into here with sometimes these large projects. Comment was made about East Berlin and things. I would sort of say to my friend Michael Marshall, I would have another reference, which would be Red Vienna, which these buildings with these archways and bay windows and things are much more reminiscent of, and I think look more like that than they look like anything that was built in Berlin. I do think, though, the challenge you get into is the scale of that kind of development and the size of those buildings in a place like this where the value is so tenuous is always tough. What scale can you build at that can guarantee success in a way that'll set the ball rolling into the future to build on success? And I think you're right when the question came up about phasing to point to the things which are lower risk kind of typologies to begin there, but build enough of them so that they can make place. I think one of the things that occurred to me sitting here that I hadn't really appreciated before was that no one is ever more than a block away from a green space they can hang out in, which is, I think, a really important kind of value that this neighborhood perhaps didn't have before, that maybe has today. One other criticism I would say about the office area down here is we may be headed to a period where we're doing buildings that can be either, that great buildings oftentimes outlast their original uses. So if we can actually design these buildings so that their dimensions are such that they could be office and flex or residential, we perhaps are doing something much better than these, you know, go look out in the suburbs at all these very large and wide and fat office buildings that can't be anything other than office buildings because of the depth of them. And we need to sort of think typologically in a different way there. I think the last thing I would say is what is always interesting about Path B students is that they bring their previous life with them into the, and it tends to show up in the thesis. They suppress it in the for previous years, and then it all comes out at the thesis. You know, so I used to do this, and that's what I'm going to sort of get into with my thesis. And with Nusheen, her past life as a fitness instructor there is sort of now translating as a fitness instructor for cities. And I think that's a fitting way to sort of finish your master's degree experience here at the University of Maryland. Congratulations, Nusheen. Great job.
This is Michael again. I just want to remind my friend Matt that actually East
Maybe
Berlin is
there's
a
a
very
new type of
chic
urbanism
place to
out
live
there.
now.
There's been acupuncture urbanism. There's been all different kinds of urbanism. Maybe there's Pilates urbanism out there. So I want to thank the reviewers that joined us this afternoon for supporting us and being here with us. I know this is a little bit abstract and not as nice as being in person, and we hope to be in person sometime very soon, but this, I think, made up for it. You guys were fantastic. I want to thank the faculty who worked tirelessly with all of these students and came, the faculty members that were here all day, attending these reviews, supporting the students as they conclude their education. And I want to thank the students themselves. I think that, you know, about a week or two ago, we were kind of walking on eggs. And there's one thing that we know about Maryland students is they're really good at shredding, and they get things done in a very short period of time and at a very high level of quality. And so I really want to thank all you guys and know that although you will be leaving us, that this is always home for you guys, and that we're always here to really wave the flag for you and help to support you to make sure that you do the best out there. And don't forget about us, okay? So thank you all this afternoon. Thank you to the reviewers. We'll see you hopefully again soon. Bye-bye.
That's a wrap. That's a wrap, Kelly. Bye, Renee.